We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is always struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is always struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it.
Honorable members, please be seated. The Assembly will resolve itself into Committee of Supply to consider financial paper number 3 of 2022. Before we put these items, I want to draw members' attention to Standing Order 20P. And for the benefit of everyone, 20 deals with contents of questions. And P says, and I quote, a question shall not be asked seeking information set forth in accessible or ordinary works of reference. And it continues. So we've had some exchanges this morning from both sides. And if we were mindful of that standing order, I'm sure we would have made even better use of the time considering these estimates. Honorable members, I now will deal with item 1. Sorry, Minister of Finance first. Thank you, Ms. Minister. Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In accordance with Article 171(2) of the Constitution, I signify that Cabinet has recommended for consideration by the Assembly the motion for the approval of the proposal set out in financial paper number 3 of 2022, supplementary estimates current and capital totaling $44,443,164,154 for the period ending 31st December 2022, and I now move the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. And We will now move to financial paper number 3 of 2022. And I propose the question for item 1, agency 01-014, Office of the President, Public Policy and Planning. Chart of Accounts 6321, subsidies and contributions to local organizations. And I propose a question that the sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for agency 01-014, Office of the President, Public, sorry.
I had my light on, sir.
I'm just wondering about that honorable member in the bright pink tie. I love the tie. But I don't need for people to tell me how to do my job. Honorable member Ms. Lawrence, if we can get back here on time and start, and when I propose the question, people could put on their lights. I think I have a very good view of the assembly. Honorable member Ms. Lawrence.
Mr. Speaker, I would just like to let you know I have my light on before you put the question. However, my question to the minister is if he can describe the nature of the additional work being undertaken by Go Invest.
Honorable Minister answering, the Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance.
Yes, thank you, Honorable MP. The funds are 11,755,666. This is for the purpose of Go Invest for participation in a number of exhibitions which were unplanned. So this is not works. This is actually participation in a series of exhibitions which they did not plan at the time in 2021 when they were preparing the budget. So you have 5 exhibitions, madam. One is the International Energy Expo, the Agri-Investment Forum, the Agri-Fest, which was in Barbados, the International Building Expo, and the Saudi Investment Engagement. So those are the 5 exhibitions that they participated in, which were unplanned at the time of preparing the 2021 budget. And this is to allow them to deal with the shortfall in funds before the end of the year.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Follow-up question, Honorable Member Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could the minister indicate whether Go Invest would do a review of these investments and participation in the various exhibitions so that we can be able to analyze what we have gotten from it? They have already been passed. So what is it that we were able to benefit from? Were they able to wait to see the next time they should participate in a larger way, or whether they should not participate at all? Is there, as I said, a review? Thank you.
Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance.
I would believe there would be a review, and that a number of them have to do with exports. For example, AgroFest Barbados, which the Honorable Minister Zulfikar Mustafa referred to the number of exports that we're sending out of Guyana of agri-products. And of course, the Saudi investment engagement, which has a number of ongoing arrangements between Guyana and Saudi Arabia. The International Energy Expo, obviously, in terms of investment. So I believe that all of the exhibitions which were added have brought some benefit to our country, and obviously as we expand and improve that, this will enhance our investment and opportunities for markets.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Minister, normally when there are these investment programs, they're out there before the year starts. Could the minister say if you have sought to get the list of these investment activities, and if we have identified those we intend to go with, so that we can avoid this in future?
Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance.
From what I see from their projections in 2021 and their budgetary releases, that they had planned for a number of exhibitions and expos, but these were additional to what they originally planned. And part may have been because of COVID, and a number of exhibitions may or may not have been certain they were coming off. So I'm sure as the fact that Guyana is going more and more internationally, that this will improve our capacity to plan as well as to project funding to allow us to participate in these in a larger way than originally or maybe in the past.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Minister, could you tell us what mechanisms the government use to ascertain that the decision to participate impacts, and tell us how it impacts?
Honorable Minister.
Sorry, I would not necessarily have that information with me, but the annual report of Go Invest would indicate, I believe, what were the benefits for these participation in these exhibitions. First of all, just in terms of improving the image of Guyana and presenting what Guyana has to offer, as well as creating networks and linkages with other agencies in the countries which are hosting, as well as those that were held here in Guyana, where you had a number of countries and investors present. So I think this is part of almost like the soft approach in terms of image building and opening up our exports and markets to the world. And so I believe that over the next year or so that there will be probably even more exhibitions and expos that we will be wanting to attend. If you look at the International Building Expo that was held, the total in this investment of these five exhibitions was 11.7 million. That is not a large amount of money, but in terms of the International Building Expo, where you had quite a number of investors come in, that this would allow Go Invest to make contact and to be able to work with them in terms of interest in our national interests. So I believe these are all opportunities for networking, guiding potential investors of where to go and how the country works, and also to just show our products in a very positive way to the world, so that we're not only seen as an oil-producing country, but as an invasive of our food security and our transformative agricultural program that we have now, that we've launched both locally and regionally, internationally.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Minister, you already had the business, the Building Expo. It does follow to me that if you come in for more funds, you would have looked at those. And having looked at those, you would have decided how it impacts, where it impacts, and what needs to be done. I'm seeking to get from you what has been the impact of those things on the country, so that going forward, you know which one to select and which one not to select.
Honorable Minister.
I mean, I cannot answer this. That's an academic issue. The agency will have to determine which ones are in the best interest and those that they have the capacity to present. There are logistical challenges to reaching exhibitions, reaching different parts of the world, and of course the cost involved. So I believe that's for the Go Invest board and for Go Invest in terms of its program in the future, but once it coincides and supports the national transformative agenda that we have to promote our country.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 01-014, Office of the President, Public Policy and Planning, Chart of Account 6321, subsidies and contributions to local organizations. And I put a question that the sum stated therein now stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. We move to item number 2, agency code 02-023, Office of the Prime Minister, Power Generation. Just checking to see if the Prime Minister is here or Gail.
Mr. Speaker,
Minister
I will be answering
Indar
for
will be
this line.
answering. Minister, you need your team with you
I have them.
because you can use the.
If I need a technical
Okay.
people, Mr. Chairman, I will go there. Thank you.
Members, I propose the question that the sum stated for. Yes, I propose a question that the sum stated for chart of account 6321, subsidies and contributions to local organizations, that the sum stated therein stands part of the estimates. The honorable member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you. To the member responding. First question, can he disaggregate the lump sums here totaling to 1.3 billion? And can he disaggregate them? Not, I see what the subtotals are for each regional entity. Please.
Honorable Minister in the Ministry of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would like to thank the honorable member, Mr. Patterson, for his question. So, under this line item 6321, the total of 1.393317000. The breakdown of that, Mr. Speaker, is as follows. Linden Electricity Company, 927,527,000. Letem Power Company, 110 million. Mabaruma Power Company, 106 million. Kwakwani Utilities, 103 million. Port Kaichuma Power and Light Company, 76.8 million. Maria Power and Light Company, 49 million. Matthews Ridge Power and Light Company, 20 million. Mr. Speaker, a point to note and for the Assembly to digest is that all of this monies that are requested under the Office of the Prime Minister is because of significant rise in fuel prices over the last year. And these power companies operate on subsidies, as you know, and the original subsidy that was planned under the voted provisions at the beginning of the year did not foresee that kind of market fluctuation. Everybody who lives in reality knows that these power companies, they buy fuel, and we have seen a 65% increase in the cost for fuel. It's only related to the cost of fuel, not the increase in usage of the fuel. The same amount was used, but the cost of procuring it went up by 65% at minimum. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Minister. The honorable member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you for reading what's in the legend. I was hoping for you to, in the end, you did explain to me what the money is for, but an hour ago, the Prime Minister came here for a contingency allowance of $1.7 billion for Linden. And he said that was up to, immediately he paid it. So why is it that you are now coming for another $1 billion for this year? So secondly, Madia, and let me look, Madia, Letem, and Mabaruma has been experiencing power outages lasting more than 3 days. This was in the last 2 weeks. Is the minister saying nothing in this supplementary is going towards to alleviate the power outages in these areas? This is just purely so therefore the people in those townships will endure a dark Christmas because you don't have the foresight to help them, sir.
Honorable Minister Indar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to answer the honorable member's question and his comments. Linden Power Company expenditure for this year is expected to come in at $5.1 billion. That is the expenditure, that $1 billion. The 927, not 1 billion, Mr. Patterson, honorable member, 927 million. Let's get the numbers correct. That amount is for November and December, just to bridge those 2 months. Or else we'll have blackout in Linden, which we don't want. That is what the 927 is for. I would like to answer the issue on Letem, Madia, and Mabaruma. Mr. Speaker, when we came into office, they had a settled old lady, for want of a better word, with feeble foot, broke up knee kind of generating system.
Might be a wrong
Term.
analogy, old.
Wrong term.
Yeah.
Feeble, broken up system of generating capacity that we achieved or collected or obtained from the previous government under the watch of the honorable member, Mr. Patterson. Let me explain about Letem. I will go them one by one. Letem, we had a lot of engines there that weren't working. They weren't working. We had to buy new engines. One of those engines had some issues that we rectified, that had some what you call sporadic outages in Letem that we corrected. One of the engines, a Doosan engine that gave us problem, we fixed it. In addition to that, we put a new 1 megawatt solar farm to supplement the generation in Letem. So there's no blackout expected. The second one is Mabaruma. Mr. Speaker, I would like this parliament to recall when Minister Ejil presented the forest budget in this house, that he said that for 6 weeks, Mabaruma was out of power for a single belt, fan belt for the engine. Fan belt for the engine. These days, we have enough power in the tongue of Mabaruma to supply. From time to time, Mr. Speaker, there are engines, they go down. You have to fix them. There are 3 engines in Mabaruma. 1 went down, we had to fix it. When we fix it, the alternator went bad, we have to go and get that. It's not like the alternator is available in a shop down the street. You have to bring it downtown, fix it, and then take it back. So that is what happened up in Mabaruma. But when problems happen, we fix them immediately. In Madia, similar situation. You have engines running, they do go down. You have to fix them because they're riverine community. Some of them have to get machining back. They need particular kind of skills to fix them. You have to bring them out here, fix them, and then take them back in. Mr. Speaker, there's also the issue sometimes some of the parts are so heavy you can't bring them by aircraft. You have to bring them down on a boat. I don't know if the honorable member ever had to do those things. But that is what happened. But we manage them, and I know that he asked the question for the rest of the country to hear, not just this parliament. So I want the rest of the country to hear what you give this government when we came in. And we fixed all of them. Thank you.
Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you for that grand explanation. But I can say without fear of successful contradiction that the same, I didn't want to use the word, the same one-legged, skinny-legged equipment we had never gave these problems until you took over. And I could say, sir, with Madia, in Madia, 24 hours lights came under the previous administration. They are now, sir, they have no light. Sir, can I ask the honorable gentleman answering for the Prime Minister, is there any monies budgeted here to improve, sir, because all you're telling me about is what happened when you took over, when you mismanaged it. Is there any money in this $1.3 billion to improve the electricity service for these 5 communities?
Mr. Speaker, I answered this question earlier.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that the monies here are to deal with the increase in fuel price.
You
But
did.
to deal with the issue of the question from the Honorable Member Patterson about improve on supply and reliability of supply, there is an entire program under the Hinterland Electrification Company that deals with these satellite power companies. They have a maintenance plan. They go and they check them, they inspect them. So there is a maintenance plan for the delivery of power to the hinterland communities. So there are thousands of customers that these satellite power stations provide power to, and there's a maintenance plan, there's surveillance checks, there are multiple different layers of engineers that go and check them. But again, from time to time, they do go down. Just like a human being, you do get sick although you're running around the place all day. Sometimes you do fall sick. And you're a human being, you know how your hand feel. Imagine a machine or a car. So the honorable member, from you are gloating about your performance, I'm sorry.
Honorable member, please.
Thank you, Honorable Leader. I want to make a point first before I ask this question.
Honorable, I'm sure you're long
Honorable,
enough to be able to ask the question while at the same time being effective.
I'm asking, Mr. Speaker,
Go ahead.
if there is any provision in that $49 million for repairs to the power company's engine that was shut down 3 days when I was there. And I sat on that board that you spoke about. And those engines work well up to the time when I left.
Honorable Minister.
For information purposes.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know, he did not, maybe I didn't hear, but he did not say which area you're talking about had shut down.
Of course, sir, Madhya Power and Light.
Thank you, Honorable Member, Mr. Sinclair. Honorable Minister.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I said that this money, again, for the fourth time, is for fuel. I also said to the honorable member, Mr. Patterson, that there is a running maintenance plan for all of the sets that they have in the hinterland. When they go down, a team goes out, they do the checks, and they fix them, put them back into power.
And this subvention, this allocation here is just for
fuel. The cost
Thank you very much,
fuel.
Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Sinclair, saw your light. A follow-up.
There was a shutdown for 3 days last week. And I thought that part of this allocation would have gone to the purchasing of an alternator that was presumed bad.
But Honorable Member, he answered 4 times that the allocation being sought now
is for
fuel. So, you know, this would be the 5th time you'll get the same answer.
But Mr. Speaker, as the gentleman raised the issue with the alternator, Mr. Speaker, we on this side, we do not come to Parliament for another parliament to tell we that you had a shutdown in Madhya for an alternator. We knew, and we're in the process of getting that alternator. We're already dealing with the problem. We don't sleep. So I just want to give you that assurance.
And it's not being handled under these provisions.
This heading does not deal with that alternator. It's dealt with already.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 02-023, Office of the Prime Minister, Power Generation, Program 6, Chart of Account 6321, Subsidies and Contributions to Local Organizations, that the sum stated therein now stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Under the same agency code, same agency, chart of account 2606800, Power Utility Upgrade Program. And I propose the question that the sum stated on the capital expenditure Since part of the estimates, the Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, could the Honorable Minister indicate to this House, now that the project is about to be closed, what has been the beneficial impact, if any, since we're having all these blackouts?
Honorable Minister Indar.
Mr. Speaker, you know, every time we start Parliament, the clerk would go and do a prayer. And in part of that prayer, it said truth must come from the depths of somewhere. So I want to talk of some truth in this Parliament. When we took office, we had a company that, yes, running on bearings, $13+ billion owed by government agency, from the office of the president at that time, straight down to the agencies, all of them owe GPL. The company did not have money to run its own affairs. The generation capacity at that time was below 100 megawatts. Below. That is the engines that were working. The rest of them were stringing along. So I want to answer the blackout question that the Honorable Valda Lawrence, who stand tall on pedestal to talk in this House about blackout. Now, right now, the peak demand for GPL that we recorded is of 152.5 megawatts. That was the peak demand. Our current operating engines delivering 170 megawatts. So we have spinning reserves. When we took government, there was no spinning reserves. So anytime a line trip, a truck run into one of the high tension wire, you have problems with blackout. That is the problem in this country. None of the substations were repaired. All of the switches, the switch gears, the cabinets, all of them in disrepair. So let me tell them about truth and blackout. Now, let's talk about this project and the $85 million that we're asking for here. This project has come to a close, Mr. Speaker. What has happened when the contractors buy the conductors and the line hardware and so on, and they have excess that the project did not use, GPL would normally buy them because we need them, the conductors and the line hardware. This is to deal with that. At the beginning of the year, the PUUP, the Power Utility Upgrade Program, they did not have this in their budget, and they're asking for it now. This will be sold to GPL because the contractor had excess. It's conductors that we use and line hardware that we use for maintenance. Another thing that the APNU, under the Honorable Mr. Patterson, reduced to next to nothing in terms of maintenance of the lines.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, sir. And just let me say for the records that I know for sure that the Honorable Minister was misled when he set out that the reserves in 2020 was under 100.
You have to withdraw that because you can't say the minister misled anybody.
He was misled. He was misled.
I ask you once again to withdraw.
Okay, no problem.
Parliament.
Sir, it was on parliamentary day. Sir, he misunderstood what you read, sir. I withdraw, misled, and I said, misunderstood what you read. But, sir, the PUUP program was intended to reduce, I'm getting there, youngster, reduce technical and economic line losses. In 2021, the Honorable Prime Minister, I was hoping he was here because he could substantiate, said and acknowledged in this Parliament that as of 2020, the reduction was 5%, saving GPL, sir, you could recall that, $450 million per annum. That's as of the end of 2020. Can I ask, sir, that now that the PUUP is coming here, what is the current technical and commercial line losses now under this, as a result of this program? As this is now wrapping up, sir.
Honorable Minister.
I thank the Honorable Member for the question. But Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member comes across in this parliament as if he was the architect of reduction in line and technical losses in this country. That is not so. But let me say, to directly answer this question, there were a number of communities under this program that had heavy line and commercial losses. The program has come to an end. The last recording that was given to me by the technical people at the Power Utilities Upgrade Program was 23.9%. That is total of commercial and technical losses under the scope of this program.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you very much, sir. So is the Honorable Minister saying that no progress was made, absolutely no progress made from 2020 to 2022? Because at the beginning of this program, our line losses was 27%. At the end of 2022, according to the Honorable Prime Minister, it was 5%, which carried it down to 22%. Is the Honorable Minister saying that since he has this stewardship that we have regressed and we've gotten worse by 1.23%?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know what Mr. Patterson, the honorable member, have a way of plotting numbers out of thin air. I'm not in that business. So I will say to you what was given to me by the technical people, 23.9% in total losses. I don't understand where you talk about regression and all of that. I wouldn't even go down the road, and I don't think that even deserve an answer, Mr. Speaker. All due respect.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Speaker, just for the records and just so that the Honorable Minister, the Honorable Member doesn't think that I pluck numbers out of the air, sir. It's in the project document signed between the IDB, the EU, and the government of Guyana. It was 27 point. I don't have to bring it. You set out. I heard earlier, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, they said we shouldn't do it. They don't want to do work for us. The documents is there. So, can I ask the honorable member to disaggregate the figures of $23 million, 23%? It is commercial, it's made up of commercial and technical line loss. Can he disaggregate it for this house, please?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that information, I have the total line commercial technical losses. I don't have the disaggregation at this point.
Thank you.
I will give that to Mr. Patterson. I will lay it over.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 02-023, Office of the Prime Minister, Power Generation, Chart of Accounts 2606800, Power Utility Upgrade Program, that the sum stated on the capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Item 3. Agency Code 03-031, Ministry of Finance, Policy and Administration, Chart of Account 6272, Electricity Charges. And I propose the question that the sum stated therein now stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, could the Honorable Minister provide the following questions? Given that, once again, there is a request for more money to pay GPL for arrears. A few months ago, the request was for $4 billion, in addition to the voted provision of $0.062 billion. Now the request is for $6.6 billion, and my questions, Mr. Minister, is has GPL provided you with its total arrears? And if yes, how much it is? And I would like to know whether you are thinking of closing that arrears and how soon, closing it off and how soon.
Honorable Minister, Go ahead, Honorable
Yeah.
Senior Minister in the Office of the President.
Thank you very much, sir. And let me thank the honourable member for posing that question. It would be recalled, sir, that I've said in this House on a previous occasion that when we assumed office, we inherited a situation where GPL had total receivables in excess of $12 billion. Said differently, a variety of public sector agencies, this is not private sector, a variety of public sector agencies owed GPL, had outstanding debts to GPL in excess of $12 billion. And I indicated at that time that we would set about endeavoring to reduce that inherited stock of arrears owed to GPL, and also progressively over time try to stay current. And we have been doing so. That is to say, we have continued to endeavor to do so, and we've made a lot of progress. There are a number of entities whose financial situation continue, as I'm sure the honourable member knows, there are a number of entities whose financial situation continues to make it very difficult for them to meet the cost of their own electricity bill. Prominently amongst these is, of course, the Guyana Water Inc., which has historically struggled to cover the cost of their electricity. In fact, GWI, at the time that we came into office, accounted, I believe, for $9 billion out of the $12 billion. And so we continue, first of all, to try to stay current, and also to write down the stock of arrears. And we do so at a time when GPL is carrying the cost of imported fuel that is dramatically more expensive than even 12 months ago. And we have taken a position, sir, as a government, that we will not pass on to the consumers the increased fuel cost that is being borne by GPL. We have said publicly that notwithstanding that GPL is buying and has been buying fuel sometimes at more than 50% higher than prices this year than last year, depending on the fuel type. As you know, they use a variety of fuel types. We have said that notwithstanding that the cost of their fuel has gone up by a very dramatic percentage, that we will absorb the cost of that increased fuel bill, and that we will not increase electricity tariffs. That also places a significant cash flow pressure on GPL and a significant liquidity pressure on GPL. So in answer to the honourable member's question, we do monitor constantly the outstanding stock of arrears. In fact, there are also, I should say, there are also entities outside of the confines of the central government. There are also entities like I would say, other public sector, if you like local authorities as well, places like the city and town councils and the municipalities that also have significant indebtedness to GPL. I don't, in fact, have those numbers at my current disposal right now, but they are available, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
I'm not catching the voice. Mr. Patterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Related question, same line item. The GPL, I would like to know specifically from the minister responding, how much of this arrears in GPL will be going towards transportation? So it's widely known that the Garden of Eden plant is not operating and they're transporting fuel by road. And it is stated, sir, that it costs about $30 to $40 million in transportation costs alone. So can the Honorable Minister say to me, how much in these arrears is there to cover for that inefficiency by GPL? Land, Garden of Eden's plant, not the fuel tanks not being operational to date.
Honorable Minister Indar.
Thank you very much. Thank the honorable member for the question. So the amount that GPL is asking for through the Ministry of Finance, I would just like to add to what Minister Singh said. In 2021, the fuel bill at GPL was $23 billion. In 2022, that figure will be $37 billion. That is on the heels of 0% increase in the electricity bill going to residents and businesses. We have not increased rates. So where is that extra $14.3 billion will be paid from? That is what we are asking for, is to offset the increase in fuel prices. The relationship, Mr. Speaker, for fuel price to total operating expense in 2021 was 60%. So out of your total expenses in GPL, fuel price is the lion's share of it. This year, that relationship went up to 71%, an extra 11% increase in the relationship. That tells you the impact that the fuel prices are having on the operations of GPL. Now, Mr. Patterson tried to tie that into the Garden of Eden plant. Now, Garden of Eden plant started under his stewardship when he was minister. They contracted to do this plant. The tanks that he is talking about, when the contractor did it, they had some cracks in it. When the NDT testing was done, we could not have put fuel in those tanks because they had cracks in them. The contractor, the EPC contractor that was supposed to build the plant is standing the cost for the transportation and the storage. Because GPL is not taking that cost. So it's not here, Mr. Patterson, Mr. Speaker. This is to assist GPL with all of them debts. And in addition to that layer of debt that was outstanding to GPL from government agencies, we now have an extra broadside of fuel happening in this sector. So there's no love story that we're dealing with here, honorable members, Walter Lawrence and Mr. Patterson. It is the issue that came forward, and now you have fuel adding to it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister Indar. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, the follow-up, sir, and I do thank the honorable minister for being quite honest that the Garden of Eden plant, which he took over, and which the honorable Prime Minister touted to end, will be end all blockouts, which it hasn't, is not functioning correctly. Sir, as you mentioned that how the fuel tanks are not working, can you enlighten this House? When can they expect a fully functioning Garden of Eden plant, as you mentioned it?
Mr. Speaker?
Honorable
Mr. Speaker?
Minister Indar.
So I do not know if the honorable member, Mr. Patterson, has been living on a rock. But that plant has been producing 46.5 megawatts since we made the announcement. The fuel supply into the plant is not through the tanks that were originally set up by a subcontractor of the EPC contractor we have. The fuel tank element. But what we have done is made sure that the fuel is fed through a different mechanism. But the plants are, if those plants were not operational and we didn't push to get them operational, then you would have seen blackouts, because the demand for this country, because of the industrial boom that is happening, is rising daily. Rising daily. And we have to cater for that demand. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you once again for that response, and thank you for acknowledging that if you didn't have those plans, which were the foresight of the APNU AFC's government, we would have been facing what the word used? Dire straits, sir. Sir, can be question to the honorable minister. What other issue? What plans the GPL have to alleviate the daily blockouts that we are suffering since obviously?
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, I will allow you to answer. I was about to stop him because this question that he has to ask relates to this fuel increase that you're talking about. Now we're going into plant maintenance. and who built what and who didn't maintain. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Mr. Speaker, I I would engage in a debate with Mr. Patterson in the entire gang under mango tree if they want to. That it doesn't bother me. I answer that. The issue, the issue about blackouts that he's talking about, you know, the honorable member and the team believe that Guyanese have goldfish memory. The time we go up and come down, we forget what has happened. But we don't. We remember every detail. We remember every detail. So they had this sector, mismanage it, mismanage. We, in an economy that is growing in the air, demand in has been skyrocketing. New warehousing. The whole country is asking for power. The industrial customers, like the banks, the store, who used to is now back on the grid. All of those require generation capacity, honorable member. We put it in. And I want to answer the question about the 45 megawatts plant that he's gloating about. You didn't build it, sir. What you did is took money from a place that you shouldn't do and at a time that you shouldn't have. That is why the Honorable Minister of Finance, my esteemed colleague, Dr. Singh, and the Minister of Public Works made that argument when we took office in 2020 and in 2021 about how you took the money. You see what we are doing here? We're doing the right thing. We're coming to the House, we're defending the spending, and then we're going to spend, not the way that you did it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I think this is a good time to put a question that is some stated for agency 03-031, Ministry of Finance, Policy and Administration. 6272 electricity charges that the sum stated therein now stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Same agency, chart of account 1900400, Basic Needs Trust Fund. And I propose a question that the sum stated on the capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated on that chart of account 1900400. The sum stated therein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Item 4, Agency 21-212, Agency Ministry of Agriculture, Agricultural Development and Support Services, Chart of Account 6321, Subsidies and Contributions to Local Organizations. And I propose the question that the sum stated therein stands part of the estimates. Those in some Minister,
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Kamraj Ramjatan, honorable member.
Yeah. Additional resources for operational expenses is what is stated here for Gaisuko in relation to $1 billion that is now being. Is that $1 billion going towards wages and salaries, Mr. Speaker?
Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, for the honorable member, I have a disaggregation here of the amount, as you rightly mentioned, $1 billion has been allocated to Gaisuku for operating expenses, and those are expenses relating to the operation of these estates in terms of factories, rehabilitation of critical areas in the factory, rehab the plantation, the cultivation. Just put new lands into cultivation. As a matter of fact, under the AP and UAFC, 23,000 hectares of land were abandoned by them with the closure of Wales, Rose Hall, Enmore, and Skellin Estate. We were able to put back approximately 2,000 hectares already under cultivation at Rose Hall. And we'll continue to move apace with the work that we are going on with. Hopefully by the second crop of 2023, Rose Hall can come into operation. We have already employed close to about 1,500 workers who were laid off or who were put on the breadline by the AP and UASC. So these monies are critical funds to rehab Gaisuko, and we are seeing now, because of the flood that we have encountered in 2021, a lot of the area, the prime estate like Albion and many cultivation areas there were damaged. Now we are retooling back and try to get enough cultivation, enough land under cultivation so that we have enough cane and increase production.
Honorable Mr. Kamal Ramjatan.
Yes, I still would like an answer in relation to which estates will be, in this disaggregation you're talking about, will be getting what, how many 100 million, and for what purposes? You just don't give Gaisuko $1 billion like that. Is it for wages and salaries? Is it for buying some new equipment? For which? I would like that disaggregation. You don't want to state it?
Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Chair, I think my colleague, Dr. Ashley Singh, would have answered it correctly this morning. It seems that the member over there have a problem with their comprehension. I just said that these money are budgeted for operating costs in terms of retooling. I will list, for example, Albion, $363 million been allocated to Albion Estate.
Good, thank you.
76 million have been allocated to Blairmont,
Yes.
and 561 million to Rose Hall. Yes. And I have the disaggregation, for example, disc plow, 5 disc plow, 30 inches each, will be procured for Rose Hall, 7 of those. Yes. Tilling harrows, 5 for Rose Hall. And I can list all and give the honorable member, and I will lay it over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Agriculture. Honorable Member, Mr.
The
Ramjatan.
minister did not comprehend the English language. That is what I was asking for. And he gave it now. Thank you very much.
No. Mr.
The
Chairman,
disaggregation
I
having been
mentioned
done.
earlier, probably the honorable member, he's talking about wages and salary. And I specifically said not wages
Now
and
you
salary.
excluded wages and salary.
I said no.
Honorable members, please.
All right. In relation, Mr. Speaker, to the monies that Albion will be getting, would there, do you see yourself as from today's date to the 31st of December spending these monies out for whatever the purpose you disaggregated there for?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjatan.
Would the spendings involve procuring of any equipment, as like you mentioned, it is procuring of equipment, disc and that, whatever, and plows and all of that. Would these things be put out for procurement?
Honorable Member, I think I see here current.
Well, whatever it is, he's indicating that it is for certain equipment. That is what I understand him to be saying.
Honorable Minister of Agriculture, I'm a bit confused now.
Mr.
I see
Chair,
current here.
Yes. I said that these funds that have been allocated, these will fix all these equipment that are laying at the estate presently, and we'll fix them to get them in action so that we can start back and retool the estate. That I'm saying.
Well, for the fixing of them, some contractor or mechanic will have to do that.
Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjatan, we started a cross-talking just now, and the two of you had a shouting match.
Yeah.
And you've been here longer than
I have been long enough, sir.
So please address the question to me and let me put it.
Please. Would there be procurement services for the rehabilitation of these? And would the rehabilitation of these now be contracted out?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, each estate is equipped with a field workshop. Albion Estate is equipped with a central workshop. Other estates are equipped with mechanical tillage department where they service these equipment. So the estate, Gaisoko itself, has the capacity to fix these equipment.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramstein.
No, that's not.
Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With regards to the operational expense, Honorable Minister, can you indicate to this House what was Gaisuko's budgeted operation expense for 2022 for all of the said estates combined? 2022.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, to date, 12 billion have been budgeted for the operating estate for the entire corporation.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Can the Honorable Minister inform this House how much Gaisuko earned from the normal business of selling sugar and molasses of November 2022?
Honorable Minister, I'm not going to put that question to you. We're talking about the specific sum here and the purposes of it. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Yes, thank you. How much of Gaisuko's earnings from its core activities was spent on operation expenses?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I don't have that figure with me. I will lay that figure over later.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramstein.
I would like, if the Minister, through you, Mr. Chairman, to give a disaggregation of the $2 billion for NDIA in this subsidy. Honorable
Minister of Agriculture.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, Region 2, 46,253,000. Region 3, 272 million. Region 4, 588. Region 5, 97. Region 6, 228. Region 9, 9. Region 10, 70. Then you have mechanical works to NDIA equipment, pumps, and so 426, and fuel 261. The disaggregation in the region, we can also supply that regionally.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Waller Lawrence.
Mr. Chair, some clarification that the minister said that the total expenses for all of the estates in his response to Honorable Member Figueroa is $12 billion.
Honorable Minister.
So, if I could answer the Honorable Member, Mr. Chair. So, up to October of 2022 is $12 billion.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms.
Follow-up,
Lawrence.
Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, you came to this House for a previous supplemental of $3.541 billion. And now you're here, and then you had another one for $3 billion. And then now you're here asking for $1 billion. This is, you said it's for the overheads. So what is happening at Gaisuko? You budget $12 billion. Your total expenditures was $12 billion. But then you came to the House and you got another $6 billion and you're here for another $1 billion. So what are we doing with all this extra money if you had money to cover these expenses?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, if I can explain it, that the operating estate, we are, as I said, we are rehabilitating those equipment, and the shutter estate, we are trying to get those estate back on track. As I said, there are a lot of money being expended at Rosal. We have budgeted for the entire year to date. We have spent $12 billion, but then we have another set of equipment that we have to set up to ensure that we continue with the tillage. And there were a number of equipment, let me be very frank. There are a number of equipment that was set aside and left in the field that we have to rehab. Critical piece of equipment. We have to do a lot of work on the gantry. We have to do a lot of work on the pond dumper. Those are things that are critical for improved production in the sugar industry. And that is what we are doing to ensure that we get these things done.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following up on what the minister just explained, are you saying that in your planning for 2022, that what you're asking us for this money for, to do all these things that was in the field, etc., and so on, that it wasn't in your plan? So if it wasn't in your plan, what type of budgeting you doing?
Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
You see, probably, Mr. Chair, through your office, I can invite the member of the opposition to take a tour of the estate. You see, these estate equipment, as you go in, you find different things deteriorate over time. They left Rosales Estate, lock it up, and Rosales Estate was deteriorating badly, right? The point why I'm trying to, as you go into these estates, you go in more to these factories and you look at these equipment, you are finding more and more equipment and more parts you have to rehab. And that is why you have unforeseen budgeting when you do the forest budget. So that is why you have to get these supplementary funding to spend on these estates.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, this is a good time to put the question that the sum stated for Agency 21-212, Ministry of Agriculture, Agricultural Development and Support Services, Chart of Account 6321, subsidies and contributions to local organizations, that the sum stated therein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Item number 5, Agency 23-232, Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, Business Development, Support and Promotion, Chart of Account 440-3100, National Quality Infrastructure. And I propose a question that the sum stated therein now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 23-232, Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, Chart of Account 440-3100, that the sum stated therein now stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Item number 6, Agency 31-311, Ministry of Public Works, Policy Development Administration, Chart of Account 6281, Security Services. And I propose a question that the sum stated therein stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the Honorable Minister, could the Minister indicate with regards to this supplemental request for $70 million, which is added to the voted provision, how much of this request is due to the increase in minimum wage for the private sector, and which security agency has been contracted to guard which buildings?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank the honorable member for the question. We had budgeted for 2022 under this line item that we would have expended $117,666,000. You would be aware, sir, that security, you go out through the procurement process, and then you get the most responsive bidder. That process was completed, and this is for a number of buildings across the ministry's installations, and we expended between January to September a total of $121,701,000, which meant we had arrears for that period, and our projected costs to complete the year's security expenditure, we require another $65,964,000 with the arrears that was accrued as of September, giving us a total of $70 million. Mr. Chairman, for the benefit of the honorable member, the award of the security contracts vary depending on location. For example, at the Luluni dump site, there is one security firm. At Paradise or at Coldigen, there's another. At the ministry headquarters, at Transport and Harbors Department. So we have a combination of private security firms as well as the special constabulary force that operates at various installations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated.
Could I just ask one question?
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
What is the average cost per month you spend on security services?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the answer to that question would be 121 plus 70 divided by 12. Thank you.
You divide it by 5, you will end up somewhere in the vicinity of 22 million for the next 4 months, because you said it's up to December, October, November, December. 3 months. This will work out to about 66 using your figures. So how is it that you're operating at this cost and you end up at 70 million a year?
Honorable Minister, I think you may have an explanation because you said 121 plus 70 divided by 12, right?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I went through, Mr. Chairman, to indicate that our budgetary allocation was $117 million. From January to September, cumulatively, we had spent $121,701,000, which meant the ministry were in arrears by $5 million plus dollars. To complete the year, October, November, and December, we will need an additional $65,964,000 based upon the contracts that we have. So to get the average per month, January to September, 121, 701, 936. October to December, 65, 964, 064, and divide by 12. That will be the average. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 31-311, Chart of Account 6281, Security Services, that the sum stated therein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Same agency, Chart of Account 6321, subsidies and contributions to local organizations. And I propose the question that the sum stated therein stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First off, let me say that fully support the subsidy to transport and harbors. I do think that's all that they desperately need. Can I ask the Honorable Minister what has necessitated the increased operational expenses for the Guyana Civil Aviation Authority for $297 million?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I thank the honorable member for the question. Mr. Chairman, had the APNU AFC, while in office, not totally depleted the more than $1 billion that my honorable colleague under his stewardship, Minister Robeson Ben, left in the Guyana Civil Aviation Authority's account, there would have been no need for the GCAA during even COVID to come to this house for a subsidy, because they would have had a sufficient amount of money in their reserve to buttress the effects. But if we go through the expenditure of the period, which the honorable member who's asking the question was the minister who presided at that time, we would not have been coming here. The facts of the matter are, GCAA is in the red. And they are in the red because of, one, COVID. The majority of GCAA's revenues come as a result of air navigational services and the fees that are charged. And for the benefit of the House, sir, we don't see that operation because they operate in the sky. But we provide services for aircrafts that are flying in our space, and we are paid for that. Because of the reduction of flights as a result of COVID, a significant chunk of the GCAA's revenue went. Now, what has actually happened because of that drop, and then the billion plus that was sort of being in reserve, that was depleted by wanton expenditure or unexplained expenditure, we've had to come to this house in 2020, get money to cushion GCA. We've had to come back in 2021 to get money to cushion GCA. And here we are here today in this supplementary. It is purely to ensure that the money that GCAA is eating out, so to speak, from their authorized reserve to keep in compliance with the ICAO is restored, and that we could ensure that the operations continue to be smooth and we provide effective services to the people we have to provide that service to in keeping with our international obligations. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity. However, we're in 2022. 2022, sir. Can the Honorable Minister say so that at the beginning in preparation of the budget 2022, if GCA did not prepare a budget, did not do full anticipation, sir, he's given us all sort of historic fact. We're in 2022. What has necessitated, sir, the $297 million for budgeted extra for 2022?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sure that every honorable member of this House, that we're aware of budgeting as a principle. You make assumptions. You assume that a certain level of normalcy will be introduced, but any reading of the literature would tell you that around the world, that even if you want to be able to increase flights, there's a shortage of crew. Because during the pandemic period, a lot of pilots were not flying and as a result of that, many of them have to be retrained and all the rest of it. So there is still need for, while there is equipment, personnel to fly those planes. And a lot of airlines have not yet come back up to peak. So the route that allows for the Guyana overpass so that we could earn revenue is not yet up to its optimal level, or we have not yet reached our 2019 period. We would have anticipated that it would have been a greater increase, but it's not there yet. And like I repeat, for emphasis, sir, any agency regulatory like the GCAA and all of the things that they have to do, even in the difficulty of a pandemic, you have to maintain standards because safety is our number one priority. We have to keep all the inspectors on board. We have to be able to do everything that you would have done pre-pandemic period, but you're receiving less revenue as a result that we're not yet up to our optimal level. We anticipated that we would have had a greater increase, but the fact of the matter is, in terms of our overpass flights, we're not there yet. So revenue is still restricted, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for chart of account 6321 of the Ministry of Public Works, Policy Development and Administration, that the sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Agency 31-312, Ministry of Public Works, Public Works. Chart of account 1403800, East Bank, East Coast, Demerara linkage. And I propose a question that the sum stated therein stands part of the estimates. I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 31-312, chart of account 1403800, East Bank, East Coast, Demerara Road linkages, and the sum stated therein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Same agency, chart of account 1404100, miscellaneous roads, drainage, and I propose the sum stated therein stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Budget 2022, sir, was passed in January of capital works for this ministry was 88 billion in total. Sir, as of July 2022, sir, this agency has 7.321 billion, which is 31%. At the end of November, 39.72 billion, which is 45%. So currently, according to the Ministry of Finance report, 44.931 billion. So in other words, this ministry has been capable of spending $4 billion per month since January. The balance in the capital work portfolio, sir, is 43.166 billion. This additional, sir, would give the ministry a balance to spend the next 26 days of $65.34 billion, sir. That would account for almost $2.3 billion per day. Sir, so my first question is on this matter. How does the minister and the ministry intend to spend this $18.1 billion, sir, when they're unable to spend $88 billion allocated since January?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I thank the honorable member for the question, but I'd like to inform the House that we're dealing here with a specific line item, miscellaneous roads. And the sums that are being sought here is to spend on roads. Miscellaneous roads are what we call community roads. And Mr. Chairman, you would agree with me because I do get some of your messages when representation is made to your office about interventions that are required in different places. The monies that are being sought here today, sir, is to accelerate and to continue to bring relief to the thousands or tens of thousands of people who are waiting for their roads to be fixed. We came a little early in the year when we had a supplementary provision of $3 billion, and I said that is advance it. But I would like to give a report card so that Mr. Patterson, the honorable member, who just quoted figures. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, the fact of the matter is, the sums that we are spending on miscellaneous roads alone, the PPPC in this year's budget, is more than the entire Ministry of Public Infrastructure's budget when Mr. Patterson was the minister. What we are spending on one program, I guess that is why his maths is so fuzzy. And he's coming with different things. What we are spending on one item, I'm not talking here about hinterland roads and highways and bridges and so on. We're talking here just community roads. For the benefit of Mr. Patterson and members of the House, we have currently 1,053 community roads under active work across all 10 administrative regions of Guyana for 2022. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to tell Mr. Patterson that as a result of these 1,053 roads, we have engaged more than 942 contractors. You know what that means, Mr. Speaker? It means that we are creating history in Guyana's road development project. Because the cumulative number of roads, community roads that would have been done in 5 years, under Mr. Patterson, who's asking me this question, is what does not represent 50% of what we are doing in the year 2022. So, Mr. Chairman, the honorable member's question provides me with an opportunity to indicate to this House the Ministry of Public Works, which has been charged with the primary responsibility of modernizing and transforming Guyana's infrastructure in partnership with my colleague from the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development, and my colleague from the Ministry of Housing and Water, in a collaborative manner, across the length and breadth of Guyana, we are bringing relief to people. And even with this 1,053 that we are out on, we still got more people who want more roads. And we are committing, sir, we intend to fix everybody's road. Because every citizen in every community, in every region, deserves to be driving, walking on the best roads. Mr. Chairman, one of the reasons why we were able to do this and to move implementation so swiftly is because we've been able to get into the communities and recognize that if we do things differently, we'll be able to get things done faster. And among these roads, a number of them are concrete roads or rigid pavement roads. Because some of these roads are so narrow, you could even get a paver, the normal size paver, to go through. And we've been able to engage contractors in communities. We've been able to engage contractors in communities to carry out these works and even creating employment for people in those communities. I guess the honorable member would have seen the live because I think they follow His Excellency, the President, on his various outreaches. And we were in the valley in Wismar, Region 10. And the people came and they complained. The water is running, they have no roads. And Mr. Chairman, myself and my colleague, Minister Indar, we are working to find the contractors in the valley to do the concrete roads in the valley. And Mr. Chairman, the Honorable Prime Minister, just at lunch, Mr. Chairman, the Honorable Prime Minister, just at lunch, indicated to me, as a person who grew up in a certain part of Wismar, when he went to visit the issue with the mudslide, and he drove around the community, he was pleasantly surprised at the volume of roads that have been fixed in an area that he was so acquainted with. Mr. Chairman, I'm sure the honorable member, Mr. Figueroa, who is the representative of Region 10, will be happy to put on his Facebook page that when he was coming to Parliament this morning, the road right in front of the forestry station, where every truck going through Linden has to stop and pay, where none of the monies collected from the tolls come to the Ministry of Public Works or to the Consolidated Fund, that even though that road was left in a deplorable state, even though they are collecting the money from the tolls, this morning he had the picture that he has not yet posted on his Facebook page that that road has been paved. This is what this program is doing. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I am sure that the honorable member, the leader of the opposition, who lives on Prince William Street, Pleasance, would be bold enough to tell the National Assembly that the street that he's living on is under construction. And even though the contractor who's been awarded the contract has created great unease to the people in the community for his bad performance, we didn't close our eyes and say, you know, is who, never mind. We stepped in, we cautioned him, we tried to work with him. We had to terminate his contract. But Mr. Norton, the honorable member, would be pleased to tell the National Assembly that when he left home this morning, There were active works to complete Prince William Street, Pleasance. That is what this program is doing. I am sure, Mr. Speaker, that the honorable member from Essequibo, Region 2, would be able to tell this honorable house that everywhere we have fixed Block 22 for you. The street is already fixed. Yes, for you. You put it up on your Facebook page, I'll be fix it for you. Yes, sir. The honorable member from Region 2, who hosts his weekly program on Facebook, would be happy to tell this house, who's also the chairman of the PNC, who will be able to tell this honorable house that everywhere that he travels in Essequibo, he is seeing roads being fixed, whether they are in constituencies that voted for the PPP or what voted for the APNU. All across, the roads are being fixed. The Undernaming Road is being fixed. The Mainstay Road is being fixed. The Charity Road is being fixed. I'm sure that the honorable member from Region 3, who is now under suspension, at least will be honest enough when he appears on one of those side shows that offer some amount of entertainment to the Guyanese people. He will be honest enough to tell about the multitude of roads that are being done in Region 3, whether it's in the islands or on the mainland. Because everywhere you see, to the point where my honorable colleague, Minister Indar, had to intervene to ensure development comes to the Namstel, because they were seeking to prevent the contractor from executing works in the Namstel. Mr. Chairman, I am sure that the honorable member from Region 5 and 6, who sit on this side of the house, would be able to explain to the members of this house the magnitude of what is being done. And I'm sure if we put aside politics and we go to Region 10, what we are doing in Region 10 in 2022, $1.3 billion worth of roads being done in Linden and Kokwani, more than what the APNU AFC did in 5 years. So we are happy. We are extremely happy. And I see the honorable member from Region 7. She will be able to go, the honorable member will be able to tell the people, you know, the PPPC did not only fix the roads in main Barticatown, they went all the way over to Foulmouth. And they fixed the roads. Because wherever people live, it matters. And that's where we go, sir. So, every community, and for the benefit of the honorable member, Mr. Ramjatan, I'm sure when he drove to come to Parliament, he had some diversions. And because roads are being fixed in the Campbellville, Prashad Nagar, Bel Air area, bringing relief to the people of North Georgetown. And if you go to South Georgetown, the same story exists, because right now in All Boys Town, contracts have been signed to do roads and drains to fix South Georgetown. So, from the community, people from the community. So, if you go to Buxton, you know, I should have walked with some of the letters that I get from Buxton and those places where people send to tell us, man, we waited so long. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, PPPC, for the work that you are doing. But while we sing our praises, Mr. Chairman, and we are satisfied that we are doing everything we can do, let me take time to say this, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my colleague, the Minister of Finance, and I want to publicly thank the Vice President, Dr. Barajak Dio, for understanding and responding to the needs of the people as represented through the Ministry of Public Works to make a bigger allocation to accelerate community roads. So, sir, we are working on an expanded program. More is available. We are doing more. We are building capacity of small contractors. We are increasing the capacity of medium-sized contractors. And Mr. Chairman, we need to debunk this myth. If you go through the list of new entrants into the field of building roads, it will put a pleasant smile on the face of Guyanese. Women, single women, men, people who were subcontractors of the past, and foremen working with people have ventured out on their own, and they're doing a fantastic job. So, Mr. Chairman, this is what we will do between now, December 31st. We are pushing implementation, and like I said, this is not just the Ministry of Public Works, it's a collaborative effort, but we are the leading partner here, local government as well as housing and water. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Minister. The Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
The Honorable Minister invited me to respond to the things he raised. Before I ask the question, I will proceed.
The Honorable Member can't tell you to respond. I have to give you leave to respond.
So
I can give you leave to ask a question.
So I can't respond.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, please.
I want to start by saying, last Sunday I drove into Victory Valley that you spoke about, and the road was paved. There's only a little piece that is left for you to pave. That's the first thing I want to say. But let me ask you the question. You said that you're building 1,053 roads. That works out about an average of 100 roads per region. Tell me, name 25 of the 100 in Region 10 that you're talking about.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the first thing is, let me help the Leader of the Opposition. He drove into Victory Valley on an asphaltic concrete road. See, he admits that.
Built by us.
But he's not remembering that there are 5 roads that go up from that asphaltic concrete road to residences that live up the hill.
Residences was the...
But you see, we don't just build for the picture.
You just
we build for the people. And the 5 roads that we are building will help the people who have to go up and come down to get access to their homes. The second thing that Mr. Norton is asking a question that he wants me to name 25 roads in Linden. If you are in Region 10, if you were following, we are currently doing 27.
Name them. Name them. Stop talking garbage.
Public knowledge.
That's right.
But Mr. Chairman, just not to mislead the population who might be listening to us, Guyana's geography is well known to us. And because of the expanse of some regions and how people live, some regions will have more roads,
I asked you to name
longer roads, because of how people live. So we should not divide 1,053 by 10. That is a simplistic way of misleading people. So I would indicate, sir,
university and you were done.
by saying at this stage,
To get the required
there is need for rational
So you
and reasonable.
You are one of those students I don't remember.
Mr. Chairman, I would be happy to conclude my answer to the Honorable Leader of the Opposition. Yes, sir. My staff has graciously allowed me to name all the roads. So let me name names. Phase 2 Wiz Rock. I think Mr. Figueroa is very much acquainted with that. Bonus Street, Amelia's Ward. Canvas City Back Road. City Gate Street, Amelia's Ward. Pompey Street, Christianburg. You know those areas, Mr. Norton? Rehab of Rachel Road, Wisma. Fourth Corner, Amelia's Ward. Water Lily Road, Wisma. Forest Cross Street, Silvertongue, Wisma. Second Alley, Wisma. Third Alley, Wisma. Buck Hill Side Road, Wisma. Water Treatment Plant Road, Wisrock, Region 10. Wisma Hill Access Road. Rehab of the old Caracara Road. Rehab of School Circle Road. Rehab of Matthews Lane. Self-Help Road, Amelia's Ward. Fourth Corner, Lovers Lane, Amelia's Ward. Industrial Area Road. And Mr. Chairman, some of these roads are actually networks. It's not just a single road, but they operate in networks. Rehab of Toucan Drive. Rehab of Spikeland Main Road. Rehab of internal roads in Kokwani, and that is 5. Rehab of Spikeland Back Road, Lower Amelia's Ward, and the rehab of the entire Mines Road, from Old England all the way to Three Friends. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Apart from the fact that a lot of what was said isn't true.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, you're saying what he's saying there is not true?
I'm saying that Pompey Street hasn't been
Pompey.
One, I'm saying that it was not done until now it isn't finished. And I can go and bring you. I can go and bring to this house the pictures. Just like how you would claim that Burnham Boulevard was done and it wasn't done. I can bring pictures to show you at least 3 or 4 of those called. May I also now turn and ask the honorable member to name the 25 or 20 streets in the south of Georgetown that have been completed.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, I didn't hear the Honorable Minister say completed, but will be completed by, I think he said, right? But Minister, go ahead. 25. I could start you off with Ketley Street. Thank you very much for doing that.
Mr. Chairman, this will have no ending if we continue like this. But let me just say, sir, I take very strongly comments that the Honorable Leader of the Opposition just made, and I take serious umbrage to that he is saying that I know fully well. But let me tell you what I know. Because every one of these projects that I've just named, I walk these streets myself with the engineers, the contractors, and representatives of the APNU who followed along. It's either that they're afraid to tell you about the development that is taking in Linden because they... Yes, they shook my hand. And Mr. Chairman, I probably should be very discreet in this, but the clerk of works in Region 10, who's overseeing these projects, is a councillor that represents Mr. Aubrey Norton at the RDC. And you will want to come here and pretend that you don't know? Mr. Chairman, I am assuring the people of Guyana that all across this country, in a non-discriminatory manner, we are making every effort to address this issue of roads. And the reason why we have this great backlog is the deficit that we inherited when we came to office. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Valda Lawrence.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to the Honorable Minister. With 26 more days before the end of the year, Minister, how are you going to go about getting these works done? Are you going to go to tender, or are you going to go to force accounts? Or are you going to go to force accounts? And could you kindly tell me how many of these projects are working projects and how many are new projects? And as you do your list, I don't know, could you add All Boys Town to your list? Calendar Street, Bel Air Street, Nomprel Street, Cortes Street, and all the side streets in All Boys Town. And also, can you add Sophia to your list, especially Beefield? The streets are inaccessible. Can you do something about that? Thank you very much, Mr.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and the Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence, knows that I always take her calls and I respond to her requests. So, Beefield Sophia, I'll start there. I was there up to yesterday. And you would be aware that the last concrete bridge that was built there was done under the stewardship of my colleague sitting right there, Mr. Robeson Ben. And there was a second bridge that was to be built that was wooden, that nothing was done in the last 5 years, that is now in a very deplorable condition. The contract for that bridge over the Blacker was signed on a Sunday. My permanent secretary was here. He worked on a Sunday. And if we can fix the bridge, we don't need grandstanding to tell us we got to fix the road. If we fix the bridge, we know we got to fix the road. And we will fix Beefield. Everything cannot be done at the same time. We will continue. But you know, Mr. Chairman, there were some roads that were done in Sophia in the last 5 years. There were some roads that were done. I have to admit, there were some roads that were done. I would not deny the AP and UAFC of the fact that there were some roads that were done in Sophia. But it would be hard-pressed to tell the people of Guyana what criteria was used to fix those roads. I guess it had to do with who's living there. Because you will find a road here, 3, 5, 7 roads in a deplorable condition, and then another one fixed. And then you say, people ask, they never fixed this one, but they fixed that 2 times, or they fixed that 3 times. And then you start hearing about why the road was fixed, depending on who is living there. But, Mr. Chairman, the issue that we are dealing with here is accelerating our processes. Procurement is something that we follow and we observe the law. And one of the things that you will be that the nation is discovering, sir, is that we have been engaging small contractors. So when we talk about $18 billion, it's not $18 billion for the boys, the 5, 6, 7 big boys that we knew operated then. We're talking here about 700 plus small and medium-sized contractors that are being meaningfully engaged in getting these roads done in a proper manner. And I have to admit, because Mr. Patterson, the honorable member, is sitting there wondering, how on earth would they be able to manage and supervise all of this? Yes, our engineers are under great stress of work. And I want to take this opportunity, sir, to thank my team at the Ministry of Public Works for the excellent job that they have been doing, designing these roads and supervising them. And we have to admit, there are times when a road, you expect the crusher run to be there in a particular time, and there was a shortage, so the road was kind of left back for a week or two. People complain, but every effort is being made to satisfy the needs of the people and comply with the law. Thank you very much, sir.
Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to repeat my question to the minister. He ended up at Revelation and didn't start from Genesis. Could you kindly say how you're going to go about doing these roads and these drains? Are you going to use forced accounts? Are you going to use tendering? You didn't say that. And Minister, I also asked through the chairman whether how many of these projects are work in progress and how many are new projects. Oh, hush up.
Honorable Minister.
I know the honorable member asked me a question and then ended it by saying hush up, so I don't know if I should answer. The hush up was for me, sir, I'm not sure.
Could I, Mr. Chairman?
You're standing on a point of order?
No.
But the minister was on the floor.
Oh, sorry.
No, but if I'm asked a question at the end of the statement, the minister said, the honorable member said, hush up. It's like taking licks and your mother said, don't cry. So I don't know what to do.
Honorable Member, Mr. Ramcharan.
I am very happy to hear that there are 1,005 new contractors that are doing all of these roads. Or 700, you say? The amount of contractors that you said, small and big. Could we get aggregation of those contractors roads they're doing? Please, I know you can't get it today. Certainly, like we used to get to the roads and the name of the contractors, $30, $130 million. And we want to do a check on this. Please.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, my understanding is that in the procurement process of Guyana, the National Procurement and Tender Administration Board awards contracts, and at the completion of those awards, there is a declaration on the website of all of those awards. So, sir, I don't know what I should do under these circumstances. Remember...
Refer to the standing orders I quoted, 20p.
Yes, thank you, sir. I'll be guided.
Thank you. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, sir. It's been a long time since I was able to ask my question, and I still haven't gotten a response. Sir, this ministry at the end of November has only expended 51%, $44.9 billion of the $88 billion that was allocated to it in January 2022. Sir, it shows that there is an issue with disbursement and implementation of the PSIP. In all the minister's response, he did not deny that they're only at 51 or 52%. I give you plus or minus 1%. And he's asking, sir, for an additional $18 billion. All of my colleagues were asking, and I would like to ask, I think the whole country would like to ask, how and what is the minister and the ministry going to put in place to spend $2.3 billion over the next 26 days? Simple and straight, sir. That's all we were asking.
Honorable Minister.
Chairman, I would have thought that the honorable member who occupied office at the Ministry of Public Infrastructure for 5 years, questionably after 2018 to 2020, unlawfully, unconstitutionally, at least in the 3-year period that he presided lawfully, he would have understood that in the implementation of your PSIP, there are some transactions where just one transaction could change the whole game of your PSIP because of the nature of that transaction, the size. Just one transaction. In my $88 billion, if you went through your budget book, you will see line items for transactions of a particular size and nature. So don't be too worried about how you're going to spend so much money in so much days. We're dealing here on this line item with miscellaneous roads. The other transactions will fall in line because our teams that are dealing with various projects are advancing the culmination of those transactions. And at the end of the year, Mr. Patterson will get a full report of the overall performance of the PSIP. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the lesson that you're trying to give us. So therefore, Honorable Member, can you tell this House, sir, what are the large items that you are unable to do because of your lack of whatever it is that has caused your PSIP to be at 51% here, sir? You made a very grand speech about large numbers. Tell us what.
Honorable Member, I don't see how this pertains to the particular allocation here.
Sir,
this is a bigger. So, do you have the question? If you don't, answer the question.
Sir, I'm still trying to find out on behalf of the people. Sir, we don't want corruption, squandermania.
Honorable, could you ask a question pertaining to this miscellaneous roads and drainage allocation?
Sir, if you cannot spend what has been provided for you,
that's
previously, sir.
You're giving an opinion.
Sir, I'm telling you, sir, PSIP is 51%.
Honorable members, I think we've exhausted the questions on this. Now the member is giving an opinion. I will now put the question that the sum stated for this agency, Charter Account 1404100, miscellaneous roads and drainage, that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Same agency, chart of account 1404500, highway improvement, East Coast Demerara. And I propose the question that the sum stated herein for capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for agency 1404500, highway improvement, East Coast Demerara, the sum stated for the capital allocation stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Same agency, chart of account 1405600, Linden Mabura Road and Kurupukari Bridge. And I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for chart of account 1405600 under this agency, that the sum stated herein stands part of the question, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we will go to item 7, agency code 39-392, Ministry of Human Services and Social Security, Social Services, chart of account 6281, Security Services, and I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Dr. Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Notice under the caption Security Services, there was a voted provision of 90,082,000. It's now, what's being sought now is 10 million, 19 million, sorry. And so I want to know what's responsible for the new increase in security charges. Is it due to new personnel, added personnel, or new locations, extra locations, security updates? And if you can tell us which security services stand to benefit from this increase in the supplementary provision. Allocation. Thank you.
Honorable Minister of Human Services and Social Security.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question, Honorable Member. There has been an increase because we are using new firms, more firms compared to one in the last year, and there would have been an increase in the rate projected versus the rate that is actual. And so we are asking for that additional sum to cater for this, and those security firms that will benefit, this went to open tender, and we had a list: Constabulary, RK Security Services, Hussein Security, Sheriff Security, Castle Security. In addition, we also asked for radios and armed security for some of the locations. So this has contributed to the additional.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 39-392, Ministry of Human Services and Social Security, Social Services, Chart of Account 6281, Security Services, that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Chart of account, same agency, 6292, dietary. And I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Dr. Karen Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under this line item 6292, the voted provision had been 139,500,000, and now it's being asked for the 24 for the 10 million. I've also noticed that additional resources to meet the dietary needs of the growing populace of the Night Shelter and Hugo Chavez. I recall the Honorable Minister of Agriculture had stated that persons are going to farming more, and I recall that Hugo Chavez, the more or less a subsistence, self-sufficiency where they had cash crops and so forth. So I'm wondering if they're still planting cash crops, and if this is addition, how do you, the money, what's this extra addition going for? Also, in terms of the night shelter, do you have a cap on of how much a person gets, like dinner and breakfast and so on, lunch? And how many persons are you catering for under this line item?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question. It relates directly to an increase in the residents at the night shelter. We would have catered for 71 residents, and now we are catering for 120. This is directly related to the fact that we would have been working on our homeless program, and we would have increased persons at both the night shelter and the Hugo Chavez Center. And we would have had to cater for those persons. With regard to the agricultural component, the Ministry of Agriculture would have helped us with the Shade House project at the Hugo Chavez Center. That is happening, but the yields are not as high in terms of what you were referring to in terms of cash crops. So I hope that answers it. And we are also working on a similar project for the night shelter going forward.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for that chart of account 6292 in that agency, the sum stated stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Agency code 39-393. Same ministry, child care and protection. Chart of account 6292, dietary. And I propose the question that the sum stated now stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Dr. Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under this line item, 6292, under the caption dietary, the voted provision had been 90 million. Now, some extra money in terms of they're asking for now 24 million to provide for the dietary needs of children in the homes. Which homes are we talking about here? Could you give a list of the various homes?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. I'm a little surprised that we are questioning sums that have to do with food for children, but okay. So it relates to all of the state institutions that we currently have under our ambit, and what would have happened would have been an increase in the cost of perishables or non-perishables. And as you know, those children who come to the institutions, the number varies. It's a fluid situation. So we would have had a number of increases, and that really contributes to what is being asked for.
Honorable Member, Dr. Cummings.
So, can I have a follow-up question? Is there a follow? Could I have a follow-up question, Mr. Chair?
I just acknowledge you.
Okay, thank you. You said state-owned, and so this excludes the other agencies you would have given subvention to. Okay, that's one. And two, you had a street food initiative. Is this included in this state-owned?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. State-owned would refer to all of those institutions that fall under the state. When we speak of subventions to other child institutions, that would come on an entirely different line. And the Street Light Project refers to children who would, from time to time, come temporarily into state institutions. So it's a combination of many things. As I said, the numbers will always be fluid depending on the reports we have. And we are seeing an escalation in the number of reports. And so from time to time, the numbers will spike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for This agency, chart of account 6292, dietary, and the sum stated herein, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. We now move to item 8, agency code 45-453, Ministry of Housing and Water, Water Services Expansion and Management, chart of account 2802100, Hinterland Water Supply. And I propose the question that the sum stated on the capital expenditure for this agency stands part of the estimates. The honorable member, Mr. Vincent Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to ask the minister if this sum includes satisfying the needs of the people of Central Napi who are suffering greatly from very bad water supply, and that can even lead to their health being deteriorated to a very low level. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, is Napi catered for?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amount, and I'll be happy to share that bit of information, of this amount, 152.4 million are going towards allocations in Region 9 for a number of wells and systems in a number of areas. And this came about, Mr. Chairman, as a result of the recent concluded visit by His Excellency. And let me share a bit of information for the allocation for Region 9. So, for example, we are on this program now for the following areas: Shulinab, Merwau. So Shulinab and Merwau are catering for extension. The Kardar now, or commonly called Crowdar, that is for expansion on the distribution network. The far-flung village of Mascaneri, extension similarly. Achiwib, likewise for the expansion of the water system there. Shia, Sawariwau, Quarry, the far-flung village of Parabara, Rupanau, and very more. We will be supplying some tanks. With respect to Napi, I'm not aware of any deteriorating health concern in region number 9. But however, Napi is going to be addressed with internally, and that is part of our 2023 program.
Thank you, Minister. The honorable member, Mr. Sinclair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Honorable Minister, I noticed that there is an increase here of 275, plus $1 million. Can the Honorable Minister state what has caused the request for this additional sum of 275 plus $1 million? Can the Minister state what was unforeseen and why was this not included in the original budget?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I already alluded to Region 9. The other major expense under this supplementary is for the procurement of another path rig. Mr. Chairman, we have done a comprehensive analysis of the hinterland region. In fact, we are operating under a document which is our Bible, 2021 to 2025. And this is to ensure we have 100% access in the hinterland by 2025. And so, in terms of our ability to fast track, is matched with our ability and availability of resources by the state. And so, in a number of riverine areas and far-flung communities, we have also, simultaneously with awarding of contracts, we have also been building the capacity of GWI. And so that is why, for example, on last year's program, we procured a pat rig that currently is drilling in the Maruka subregion. And this rig that we're procuring now, in fact, we are catering to send it, the first area when it arrives will be sent to the Pomeroon. I'm sure everybody is familiar what's happening because of the rising water level. So we're sending that rig to Pomeroon for the drilling of a number of wells and then move onwards, catering or targeting more of the riverine communities, which will allow easier mobility and access.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Sinclair.
Thank you, Comrade Speaker. Question to the Minister, please. Can the Minister state what method of procurement would be used for the acquisition of this rig?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the method that was chosen is through the methodology that has been approved by the National Procurement and Tender Administration Board, and it is through a tendering process.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Sinclair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Is the over the creek beyond Campbelltown community going to be benefiting from a drilling operation?
Honorable Minister.
On this supplementary, Mr. Chairman, El Paso will be benefiting from a new system there. So I'm addressing this supplementary, and so this is where some resources have been made available. In fact, $10 million.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, no time to put a question that the sum stated in this agency for chart of account 2802100 Hinterland Water Supply, that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. And now we can go to item 9, Ministry of Home Affairs. Minister, you're going to use here or stay where you are? Give the minister and his team an opportunity to get in position. Honorable members, item 9, Agency 51-511, Ministry of Home Affairs, Policy Development Administration. Chart of account 1216500, Citizen Security Strengthening Program. And I propose a question that the sum stated on the capital for this agency stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Ms. Geeta Chandan Edmund.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, can you indicate the expected date of the closure of this project? Also, within the last 8 months, can you indicate what goals and objectives have been achieved? And also the specific areas that benefited from interventions under this program?
Is under the program or under the
Citizen Security
allocation
Strengthening
being sought?
Program.
Honorable Minister, we're speaking to the allocation.
Mr. Speaker, on the 3rd or 4th of January 2023 is when the project will be closed. In relation to the overall work which has been done for the Citizen Security Strengthening Program, we have done work all over the country. I could generally speak about in relation to the supplementary provision, additional works at the Bremen Police Station, increased to cater for renovation of lockup areas, not included in the previous scope, for $21 million. Additional furnishing for police stations and divisional headquarters rehabilitated under the CSSP program, $18 million odd. Procurement of bunk beds in support for the Lusignan prison, $5.4 million. Then they were airing of public awareness videos on the achievement of the CSSP, $1.9 million. And there was a midterm evaluation of the project with those who supported the project, $9.2 million.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Geeta Chandan Edmund.
Thank you once again, sir. Minister, can you indicate under this program how many community action councils were established? And also, can you indicate how many persons have benefited from vocational and entrepreneurship training and the spread of those persons across the 10 administrative regions?
Honorable Minister.
20 community action councils were established and are in existence, and some 1,200 persons were trained across the entire country, particularly for stressed communities in relation to the work of the CSSP.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Members, Ms. Geeta Chandan Edmund.
Thank you again, sir. Minister, I know there's a component of this program that deals with crime prevention and investigative capacity. Can you indicate how many officers benefited under this program and the location of these offices?
Honorable Minister.
Well, generally, in respect of the crime prevention programs, officers were taken from each regional division and trained either locally, meaning at the police officers training center, or in the divisions themselves in respect of issues related to crime prevention and engagement with the communities to mitigate issues which may lead to crime. So that is generally the posture in respect of training with respect to that. I don't have a figure right off the hand in respect of the number of officers, but we can get that for you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Geeta Chandan Edmund.
Thank you again, sir. Minister, can you indicate to us the status of the social integration program under the Guyana Prison Service?
Under the
I don't think we are the prison.
We're still citizen security.
No, under this program
sorry,
here, there's
yes.
a component that deals with it. There's also a census that should have been conducted under the Guyana Prison Service.
Yes, yes.
Thank you,
Census
Honorable
was
Member,
done.
Minister.
There are outcome reports in respect of the works done, particularly in relation to the prison. It was completed. We have had support from the CSSP in relation to what we're calling and piloting now through their support a fresh start program where we are training persons who have been trained in the prison and who are being released, where we're giving them the tools for reintegration in the community, having the means, the tools, the opportunity to go into employment for themselves and others and to earn money so they could more quickly integrate into their communities and with their families. And this is for both men and women coming out of the prisons.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for chart of account 1216500 under this agency citizen security strengthening program, that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Same agency, chart of account 6222, field materials and supply. And I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Ms. Geeta Chandan Edmund.
Thank you again, sir. Minister, there is a request for in excess of 139 million to facilitate the procurement of lab kits for the crime labs. Can you give us a breakdown, that's a detailed breakdown of this, of how this amount will be spent? And is this request premised against the backdrop that there is an increase of crime, and more so an increase of crime of a particular nature that would require the usage of these crime lab kits?
Honorable Minister.
Thank the honorable member for her question. The increase is being requested not simply because there's an increase in crime. There has actually been a 20% reduction in crime last year, year on year, and we are running at that same number now in respect of serious crime. The request is being made to replace kits at the regional divisions where the CID officers in those headquarters or large stations in particular divisions would need to replace kits which are old or used out. Particularly, it is related to finding out those who have committed crimes. There have been issues of an increase in rape in a few areas. They have been questioning sometimes of whether we had enough fingerprint capability and other chemicals and issues in kits to properly do the CID and the forensic investigations in the field with respect to crime which was committed. And I would say that the rate at which the police force is finding persons who have committed crime has risen dramatically over the last 2 years. We're catching more and more criminals, and we'll catch more by the provisioning of these kits.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Geeta Chandan Edmund.
Thank you, sir. Minister, can you indicate how do you intend to spend this amount here before the 31st? Will you be single sourcing these kits for your intended suppliers? And can you also give us a breakdown on the type of crime kits that you intend to purchase?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, honorable member. We have an award that we have to supply. There's an urgent need that we're responding to. There are also issues continue in relation to the acquisition and proper care of dogs and horses. There's a question of electrical materials for the police stations, which we have to open just now. There was a submission for a public tender award for 80 million 2022, which is included in it, and there are issues related to the COVID-19 guidelines. I have to say that the forces have been either in line or working diligently during the COVID pandemic, and their efforts are still needed in relation to that kind of support at this moment. So this is how the monies will be spent.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Chart of Accounts 6222 under this agency, field material and supplies. I now put the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Chart of Accounts 6223 under the same agency, Office Material and Supply. Office Materials and Supplies. And I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Geeta Chandan Edmund.
Thank you again, sir. Minister, 225.1 million is being sought. 70 million was voted for under this line item. The legend indicates that this amount is for expanded work program. This is very vague. Can you indicate what is the expanded work program? What are your aims, your objectives, and what exactly comes under this line item? So essentially, can you give us a breakdown?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Honorable Member. The request is to take into account the fact that we have had to accelerate the establishment of computer centers in New Amsterdam, Koponjan, Linden, Kokwani, Lagrange, Parika, Leonora, Charity, and Bartica. In addition to which, we have new police outposts at Lima Sands, Ondernemen, Commerce Lodge, Little Diamond, and Mocha Herstilling. The Community Relations Department is also currently being decentralized to all police regions. And there has been, finally, the reopening of the 3 police colleges. Essequibo, Georgetown, and Berbice are reopening or have reopened practically in relation to the training of new recruits. So there are additional needs in respect of the materials, equipment, and other things needed to operationalize these centers. The centers, particularly where the computer centers are being established, is because we're transitioning the record keeping and record management system in the police force to one which is computer friendly and capable and upgraded, of course, not that we don't have a few computers, but also to have the ability not only to train up policemen and women, but also youth from the communities. I think that is already being done at some of these centers. I recall the one at New Amsterdam particularly, where a large number of youths are also being trained in relation to computer skills and algorithms and other things in respect of that type of activity.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Geeta Chandan Edmund.
Thank you again, sir. Minister, can you indicate to us what tender process will be utilized? Will there be any sort of advertisement in the paper? These questions are premised against the backdrop that you have a few more days remaining until the 31st.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Honorable Member. There were public tenders awarded and responded to in respect of these amounts which are being requested here.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for this agency chart of account 6223, office materials and supply, that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. We move to chart of account 6231, fuel and lubricants, and I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Gita Chandan Edmond.
Thank you again, sir. Minister, 460 million was voted on. You're now seeking an additional 400 million. The legend says that this is for an expanded work program. Bearing in mind what you just said, that there's not an upsurge in crime, there's indeed a reduction. We anticipate patrol during the season, but can you justify why 400 million? Do you anticipate your officers traveling with ministers across the country?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Honorable Member. I did say that there was a reduction in serious crime, and overall there's a reduction in crime. And the reason we have this is because we have been able to procure more vehicles, more stations, more and better trained policemen, in spite of what people might think. And we have to maintain an operational system and culture to suppress crime. In the current environment, the increases relate to more patrols, more vehicles, more man hours and vehicle miles being spent in relation to the suppression of crime and keeping it as much as possible down. And the vehicles have to be provided, have to be maintained, and have to be up and running and properly used to keep our crime rate down, to keep that downward trend going towards the positions in which we might even think it's acceptable. And so this is why the request is being made. Particularly, and I thought the question was answered before by the Honorable Minister of Finance, Dr. Ashley Singh, in respect of increases in the price of fuel as a result of global issues, particularly in Europe, and problems with the logistical supply of fuel and other items. They have not only driven up the price of fuel and lubricants, but also driven up the cost of vehicles and spares and other things which are being used by the police force and the other agencies and the whole of Guyana as such. So this is why this request is being made. And no, I don't see, or there's no suggestion anywhere in this that the ministers will be accompanied by large number or more numbers of policemen. I don't think we have that level of security presence amongst ministers. We're careful, but not reckless in the way we approach our engagements publicly.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Gita Chandan Edmond.
Thank you again, sir. Minister, can you indicate to us which regions will receive the largest allocation under this 400 million? And in relation to the comment that you made about your offices, I recently visited CID headquarters and I had a very pleasant experience with your offices. So I think they are benefiting from the training.
Honorable Minister.
The Region 4 divisions will get the largest amount of the requests, 4A, 4B, and 4C. That's Georgetown, East Bank, and East Coast. They represent the largest population area for the country. And unfortunately, too, naturally as a result, the greatest number of crimes occur in those areas. And so the greatest amount of effort is required in those areas, 4A, 4B, 4C. So that is generally in respect of that. Not to say that we are not also paying attention to issues in Region 9, Region 6, and Region 5, where some types of vehicles which were acquired in the previous dispensation of the AP and UAFC government, which were not suited to the rigors of the terrain, the backdams, and the interior. And those vehicles, I think they call them 4-ton tunnelers or something. Those vehicles are being replaced and would be taken off the roll, the listing of vehicles which could be brought back into action. There are a number of areas in the Northwest, 7 and 8 regions too, which would have to benefit from a large number of ATVs, even now in the wet weather where you can really practically only traverse those areas with ATVs.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for this agency, Chart of Account 6231, fuel and lubricants. The sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Same agency, Chart of Account 6242, maintenance of buildings, and I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Gita Chandan Edmond.
Thank you, sir. Minister, you're now seeking an additional 61 million. Can you provide a breakdown of this amount and the specific buildings catered for under this line item?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Honorable Member, for your question. And I'm glad you did state that you did have a pleasant experience at the CID. I'm not sure which building you went to in respect of them, because the building that they were in is indescribable, and we're moving them out to a building which we are renting while we make a new CID headquarters building. And that is the same for many of the buildings. I have 34 buildings here which require serious maintenance and rehabilitation. And without mentioning the numbers, I will just go repairs to female barracks TSU phase 1, repair the external wall and ceiling of the special projects unit, repairs to senior officers quarters number 4, repairs to Mandela living quarters, repairs to temporary location of Brigham police station, and I think we know all of that, not much money. Repairs to living quarters at Chalmers Place, repairs to painting transport workshop, repairs to tailor shop, repairs and paint the PRO building, repairs to living quarters of the Mounted Branch, repairs of the officers' mess roof, repairs of sports secretariat 1 and 2, installation of concrete base and timber roof to Lima Sand outpost, installation of concrete base and timber to the naming, refurbishing of the Lagrange police station, refurbishing of the Covajon IT Center, refurbishing of Commander Regional Division Forestry Registrar, refurbishing Perique Police Station, same for Leonora and Charity, renovation of female quarters of police headquarters, 2, renovation remodel police headquarters, refurbishing of Richard Feichel Police Corps Barracks, refurbishing of Richard Feichel Police College, the kitchen, refurbishing of Commissioner's residence, repairs to office annex, repairs to Mounted Branch living quarters. So that is in relation to those particular requests.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for this agency, Chart of Account 6242, maintenance of buildings, that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated stands part of the estimates. 6243 of the same agency, janitorial and cleaning supplies. And I propose a question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Gita Chandan Edmund.
Thank you again, sir. Minister, you're seeking here an additional 72.2 million. Can you give us a breakdown of this amount and also kindly indicate which agencies, departments will benefit?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable member for your question. Yes, the issue of janitorial and cleaning supplies, there was a top public tender award for $72 million. The question of the new facilities, the computer centers, which he spoke of previously, the outposts, the fact that there has been a deficit in respect of both the maintenance and cleaning effort in the police divisions allows for this request. Much additional cleaning and effort is needed, particularly after the questions of COVID and maintaining their quarters and areas. Well, let me see, the systems particularly, to make sure that we have things at an acceptable standard.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, this is a good time to put a question that the sum stated for this agency, Chart of Account 6243, janitorial and cleaning supplies. That the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Chart of Accounts 6255, same agency, maintenance of other infrastructure. And I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Ms. Gita Chandan Edmund.
Thank you again, sir. Minister, you're seeking here an additional 80.6 million. Could you again provide a breakdown of this amount? What consists of other infrastructure? And can you give us some details on your expanded work program under this line item?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Honorable Member, for the question. Again, the question of the reopening of the troop training colleges, the maintenance of drainage and the securing of bridges, fence, revetment, the enhancement of police headquarters, Evil area and surrounding areas. I think when one passes there now, they will see some of that work undergoing. The new police outposts which were established at Limassans on the Neiman Commerce Lodge, the Diamond Mokoher Stelling, and repairs, emergency, of course, the various police infrastructure to members of the public. One of the things we've said is that our police stations must be a welcoming place for the public. That the public must not feel threatened when they go to a police station. And this is why we're building benabs and we're having washrooms and so on there for the public. And that those places should be properly provisioned with things so that people can use them. So we have 41 projects in respect of that sum here. Without calling the numbers, which add up to the 80 million, 80.6 million. Repairs to Commissioner of Police headquarters, Evil Car Park, shed and ceiling. Communication Car Park, Finance Car Park, Control Car Park. Repairs of Eastern Compound of Police headquarters. repairs the flagpole lawn fence, repairs the tactical service unit fence, repair the guard hut and fences, revetment of police headquarters, revetment, senior officers living quarters, fence and compound, repairs of sport club fences, phase 1 and 2, the welfare parking lot, repairs to drainage, repairs to so-called organized crime unit eastern boundary, special branch western boundary, repairs to special branch western boundary phase 2, TSU bridge and gate, repairs and sand filling to Mandela police living quarters, revetments, parking lots, walkways, bridge, police college walkway, rehabilitation of fences, walkway, ablution facilities at the police college at Adventure and Essequibo, the maintenance officers annex compound, and same for senior officers living quarters, compound 1 and 2, and repairs the central police station canteen. Much of this would appear to be repetitive, but overall there's an effort to improve the environment and the ergonomics for the working of the policemen and women, and also for the public whom they serve when they encounter the police in those police stations and on duty.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. And I'll put the question that chart of account number 6255 stands part of the estimate. All those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I propose the chart of account 6261 stand part of the estimate. Honorable Member, Peter Chandan.
Thank you, sir. Minister, 1.1 billion was voted on. You're now seeking an additional 360 million. The legend says it's for expanded work program. Can you provide a breakdown of this amount, rather laid over, and why the increase in the amount for local travel? Have you conducted a study or an assessment to arrive at this amount? And also, can you state whether you've conducted a study or assessment to determine whether all police stations across the country are properly and adequately staffed?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Honorable Member. Under local travel and subsistence, the new renewed request, of course, is as a result of us coming out of the question of the COVID restrictions. There has been, naturally with the new vehicles and motorcycles and other things, more outreaches in the divisions 1, 2, 7, 8, 9, and 10. There have been many visits of dignitaries, heads of states, and other persons from regional and international countries for conferences which were held here. They had to be secured in a proper manner, and payments had to be made in relation to. There has been, in relation to certain issues over the year, the requirement for policemen and women to be in line for responses, for support in request of these issues. And so meals, accommodation, and other payments, especially those for interior location visits and assessments, more funds are required. So this is why this supplementary provision is requested.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member.
Thank you, sir. There is a second part to the question as it relates to the study and assessment to determine whether all police stations across the country are properly and adequately staffed.
Yes, sorry, ma'am. I did not go to that question. Yes, the reason we are training new policemen and women, we have new recruits, is to make up the staffing deficit in relation to the divisions and particular stations.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now put the question that chart of account. Go ahead, Honorable.
Minister, you haven't answered the question. It's a very specific one. Have you conducted a study and or assessment to determine whether all police stations are adequately and properly staffed?
Honorable Minister.
The Guyana Police Force has a strategic department, and the information comes through from the commanders, and we review the requests. We don't necessarily agree with everything, but the reason we, as I said, are bringing in new policemen, and we're responding to issues of particular staffing and particular professional training, upskilled, upgraded police training, is because we want to fulfill the training and staffing needs of the Guyana Police Force. There's a comprehensive program in relation to this, and studies, yes, assessments in relation to this problem overall. So yes, adequate staffing has to be done at all stations, adequate equipment, but more particularly the soft issues is the properly trained policemen who will be at the police stations based on the assessments which have been made.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now put the question that you have another question, Honorable Member? Please go ahead.
Thank you. Minister, in cases where requests are made by commanders and those requests are not approved by you, how do you resolve those requests?
I'm not sure which particular request you're referring to. There is, the police force have their operational and administrative meetings and persons, and the question in relation to requests relates to the type of request or how do you approve or support requests. So it's more a question of tweaking or shaping the request to more adequately take care of policy and national guidelines and requests, needs. So there are those things which occur. They're the normal things in the throwing in the administration.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now put the question, the chart of account number 6261, local travel and subsistence, start as part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Chart of account 6264, vehicle spares and service. I propose the question that 6264. Sorry, I propose the question that 6263, chart of account number 6263, postage, telex, and cablegram stand part of the estimate. I now put the question that 6263 forms part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I propose the question that 6265, chart account number 6265, form part of the estimate, other transport, travel, and postage. I put the question that 62 chart account number 6265 forms part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I propose the question that chart account number 6271, telephone and internet charges, forms part of the estimate. Honorable Member.
Thank you, sir. Minister, 171 million was voted for under this line item. You're now seeking an additional 60 million. Can you provide a breakdown of this amount? Also, kindly indicate the offices, the agencies, the stations that will specifically benefit from this additional 60 million.
Thank you, Mrs. Chairman and Honorable Member, for your question. Uh, I did say previously that we were going to more online services, questions of building websites which are interactive from police stations, and even now we're discussing having apps built where persons could access the services, the responses from the police and others from their cell phones. And so the question of internet charges, telephone and internet charges are important. Right now, the learner driver exams are being done by computer, and that knocks out issues of corruption. The question of the computer centers, which I said in New Amsterdam, Komojan, Lenin, Kukwani, Lagrange, Parika, Lenore, Charity, Bartica, all these places will have to be supported by additional services. There are more telephone charges for the new outposts, and there is a new connection for the AFIS at the Leonora police station. So all these new connections have to be supported and paid for.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now put the question that chart account number 6271, telephone and internet charges, forms part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I propose chart of account number 6282, equipment maintenance, forms part of the estimate. I put the question that chart account number 6282, equipment maintenance, forms part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I propose the question that chart account number 6283 forms cleaning and extermination services forms part of the estimate. I put the question that chart account number 6283 forms part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I propose the question on chart of account number 6284, order, forms part of the estimate. I put the question, Honorable Member Gita Chandan.
Sorry, I was a bit distracted, sir. Are we dealing with other?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
6284.
Thank you. Minister, 115.9 million was voted for. You're now seeking an additional 70 million. Can you lay over a detailed breakdown on how you intend to spend this amount and an explanation of what entails a detailed work program?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the honorable member for the question. On the order, there are several other operational costs which are incurred by the force. They were placed on hold because there were not sufficient funds available to deal with these issues. There were issues related to the question of the rebuilding of the new Brigham police station. The fact that the police are out there in the weather, and the rentals for tents, toilets, portable. Same thing for other operational areas where they were out at. There is the question of activities for the remainder of the financial year. The protests that we had which require the police to be out there and to be adequately supported in relation to hygiene and other requirements. Again, rentals. There are requests in relation to issues where you have protests even in Georgetown, barriers and so on, and the other ancillary issues which have to be there so that their job will be done in a proper and hygienic manner. So that's what this request is about.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now put the question that chart of account number 6284 order forms part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Chart of account number 6292, dietary. I propose a question that chart of account number 6292, dietary, forms part of the estimate. Honorable Member Geeta Chandan.
Thank you, sir. Minister, 483 million was voted on. You're now seeking an additional 400 million. Can you provide a detailed breakdown of this amount? And does this amount cater for your new recruits?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Honorable Member for the question. Yes, it relates to the requirements for the establishment of the new, the training and victualling of the new police recruits at the police colleges and places where they're being trained in Escobar, Georgetown, and Berbice. There's a question of additional meals needed, an estimated breakdown of how the cost will be allocated for mess. The Felix Austin Police College Evelary Center, 6.8 million. The Richard Feichel Police College, 11.2 million. The Berbice Police College, 11.2 million. The Tactical Service Unit, 47.1 million. Brickdam, 125.6 million. The Presidential Guard, 16.8 million, and the Officers' Mess, 11.2 million.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now put the question that chart of account number 6292, dietary, forms part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Chart of account number 6293, refreshment and meals. I propose that this stands part of the estimate. And I'll put the question that chart of account number 6293, refreshment and meals, forms part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Chart of account number 6294, order. I propose that chart of account number 6294, order, forms part of the estimate. Honorable Member Geeta Chandan.
Thank you. Minister, under this line item of order, you're seeking an additional 60 million. Can you provide us with a detailed breakdown on this amount?
An honorable member, there has indeed been an increase in deaths in some interior locations, 1, 7, 8, and 9, which require flights to response from the CID, issues in relation to drowning, questions of handling, storage, and transportation of the bodies from various locations for post-mortem examinations. So basically, these relate to issues of murder, suicide, drowning, and fatal accidents in interior locations.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now put the question that chart of account number 6294, other, forms part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I propose the question that chart of account number 2405900, land and water transport, forms part of the estimate. Honorable Member Gita Chandan.
Minister, you're seeking here an additional 371 million. Can you provide a breakdown here for us, the type, made, manufacture, CC of these vehicles that you intend to procure, the number of vehicles that you will procure, and can you also state the police stations that will benefit, also your procurement method?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and all member for the question. Again, this relates to the making replacement or making provisioning for vehicles for the more difficult areas. We are acquiring 40 Toyota double cab motor pickups, 10 2400 cc, 10 Honda or ATVs, 850 cc's for the Guyana Police Force. So again, these are for the more remote areas and difficult areas to traverse. In addition, and you may have seen some of it, more patrols are being conducted during this festive season. And of course, it will boost the force's capacity to mitigate, prevent, and to knock down, and to respond to issues of crimes in the country.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member Walter Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, with 26 days remaining in the year, are you purchasing these vehicles in Guyana? Or are you importing them through some importer agency?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, the vehicles are being purchased in Guyana. Bihari Automotive is the sole provider of a particular type of vehicle, and Marix are two particular ones who are providing most of these vehicles and the ATVs.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now put the question that chart of account number 2405900, land and water transport, stands part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Agency code number 51-513, Agency, Ministry of Home Affairs, Guyana Prison Service. I propose chart of account number 6221 forms part of the estimate. I put the question that chart of account numbers 6221 forms part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I propose chart of account number 6231, fuel and lubricants, forms part of the estimate. I now put the question that chart of account number 6231, fuel and lubricant, forms part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. I put the question, the chart of account number 6264, vehicle spares and service, forms part of the estimate. I now put the question that a chart of account number 6264, vehicle spares and service, forms part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. proposed chart of account number 6284 order forms part of the estimate. I now put the question that chart of account number 6284 forms part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Honorable members, we propose the question that the sum stated for chart of accounts 6292, dietary, that sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we now put the question that the sum stated for that agency, chart of accounts 6292, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Same agency, Guyana Prison Service, chart of account 6293, meals, refreshments and meals. And I propose a question that the sum stated therein forms part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for chart of account 6293 of that agency, refreshment and meals, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we can go to Agency 51-517, Ministry of Home Affairs, Customs, Anti-Narcotics Unit. Chart of accounts 6231, Fuel and Lubricants. And I propose the question that the sum stated therein stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we now put the question that the sum stated for that agency, chart of account 6231, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Same agency, chart of account 6261, local travel and subsistence. And I propose the question that the sum stated for that agency stands part of the estimates. I propose a question. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for that agency, chart of account 6261, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Same agency, chart of account 6264, vehicle spares and service. And I propose a question that the sum stated for that agency stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I propose a question that the sum stated for agency 51517, chart of account 6264, vehicle spares and service, that the sum stated stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. And for the same agency, chart of account 6294, I propose a question that the sum stated for that agency stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for that agency, 6294, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Let us thank the minister and staff for taking us through that.
Thank you,
Ministry
Mr. Chairman, and the honorable members on the other side for their questions. And I also want to thank the Minister and the Ministry of Finance persons and my own staff for the support that we have in this effort.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, we move to item 10. Chart of account, Agency 53-531, Guyana Defense Force, Defense and Security Support. Chart of account 6221. And I propose the question that the sum stated for that agency stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for chart of account 6221 of that agency stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Same agency, chart of account 6231, fuel and lubricants. So that's the previous one you wanted? Oh, no, sorry. You got to press the button a little faster. I will reput the agency 53-531, Guyana Defense Force, Defense and Security Support, chart of account 6221, drugs and medical supply. And I propose a question that the sum stated therein stands part of the estimates. Dr. Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I noticed there was a voted provision of 55 million, and now 30 million is being sought under the remarks here of additional resources to purchase drugs and medical supplies for training, border deployments, and routine activities of the force. Mr. Chair, I would like to ask the minister or the personnel who's going to answer the question if they can give the list of the drugs and medical supplies to be purchased under this line item. What procurement method is to be delivered? Will it be selective tendering or source, knowing that there's 26 days remaining for the year? Yes, could they answer this question?
Is the minister that settled? Honorable Minister. Mike, Honorable Minister. Press the
In response to your honorable member, as you're aware that there have been some price increases to do with consumable items under drugs and medical supplies, and therefore this is to provide funds to the GDF for the end of the year for consumable items, X-ray supplies, laboratory supplies for operational issues, training, etc., when including border deployment and routine activities. So it's 30 million to be able to ensure the GDF has enough drugs and medical supplies for the end of the year.
Honorable Member Dr. Cummings. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 53-531, Guyana Defense Force, chart of account 6221, drugs and medical supplies. And I put the question that the amount stated now forms part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Same agency, chart of account 6231, fuel and lubricants, and I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for this agency chart of account 6231, fuel and lubricants. Put a question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Same agency, chart of account 6281, security services, and I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for chart of account 6281 for this agency stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Chart of account 6292. Dietary, same agency, and I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for chart of account 6292 of this agency stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Chart of account 6294. And I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated, same agency, chart of account 6294, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we can move to item 11 and thank the Minister and her support staff for taking us through that agency. And we are at the region. Minister Dharmlal, would you want to take the seats in front? And your staff? Honorable members, item 11, Agency 71-711, Region 1, Barima Waini, Regional Administration and Finance, Chart of Account 6211. Expenses specific to the agency, and I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for this agency, chart of account 6211, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated herein now stands part of the estimates. Same agency, chart of account 6265, other transport, travel, and postage. And I propose the question that the sum stated for this line item stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for chart of account 6265 of this agency stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Agency 71-712, Region 1, Barima Waini, Public Works, Chart of Account 6231, Fuel and Lubricants, and I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I am particularly interested in the sum from this $60 million, the sum which will be going to the Santa Rosa, Kamwata, and Waramuri for electricity.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For Kamwata, 840,000. For Waramuri, 560,000. And for the Muruka Power Station, which I suspect you're referring to as Santa Rosa, 9.8 million.
Follow-up question, Mr. Cox. Honorable member. No?
Yes, sir. Just one follow-up question. I know it's not stated here, but there's no provision under this item for Mabruma and Port Kaituma. Just for clarity.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have provisions for both Mabruma. There are 11 installations that provide electricity to citizens, as well as the 12th installation that we cover is the Public Works building as well at Muruka. So 11 plus 1.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for this agency, Chart of Account 6231, and the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Agency 71-714, Region 1, Burima Waini Health Services. And I propose a question that for Chart of Account 6261, Local Travel and Subsistence, that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, could the Honorable Minister give sort of breakdown as it relates to the increased number of inpatients at Mabruma Public Hospital? What exactly are the projects will be catered for? This is for Mabruma Public Hospital. And while he is answering that question, he could also do for the Pukira Hospital in Matthews Ridge.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, are we on dietary?
We are at 71714 Agency Health Services, 6261 Local Travel and Subsistence.
Right. So, Mr. Chairman, part of the question that the honorable member asked has to do more with capital stuff. For local travel and subsistence, this is basically to take care of expenses that are foreseen in the future, as well as those that have been, well, not foreseen, but unforeseen, to the extent that we have to cater for additional inpatient load. For the year 2022, we've already seen 3,900 patients at the different installations in Region 1 compared to last year. At this time, it's 3,900, and last year, to the end of last year, was 2,940. So there are many more patients who are now accessing better facilities across Region 1.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for this agency, Chart of Account 6261, Local Travel and Subsistence, that the sum stated herein now stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it, the sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Same agency, chart of account 6292, dietary. And I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for this agency, chart of account 6292, dietary, that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. We move to item number 12, agency code 73-731, Region 3, Essequibo Islands, West Demerara, Regional Administration and Finance. Chart of account 6284, and I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for this chart of accounts 6284 of this agency stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Agency 73-735, Region 3, Essequibo Islands, West Demerara Health Services. Chart of account 6243, janitorial and cleaning supplies. And I propose the question that the sum stated for this line item stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Dr. Cummings.
Yes, Mr. Chair. The voted provision under this line item would have been 828 million. Now extra 12 million is being sought for additional resources for cleaning. One would have thought that COVID and even post-COVID, adequate amount would have been budgeted for this line item. So I want to know what additional resources are being procured now for this West Demerara Hospital.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we are seeking to procure additional janitorial and cleaning supplies to the tune of $12 million. We've seen also at the hospital, at Best Hospital, West Demerara Regional Hospital, an increased number of patients during the course of this year compared to last year. As a matter of fact, last year they recorded 3,122 patients. And this year, so far, 3,744. So naturally, you will find much more would be required to take care of the facilities at the hospital.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for this agency, chart of account 6284. Sorry. Just help me with the computer screen just jumped here. We were at 6243 janitorial supplies. And I now put a question that the sum stated for this agency, chart of account 6243, janitorial and cleaning supplies, that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated herein now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we can now go to item 13. Agency 75-751, Region 5, Mahaica Berbice, Regional Administration and Finance. Chart of account 6281, Securities Services, and I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for this agency, chart of account 6281, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Agency 75-754, Region 5, Mahika Berbice, Education Delivery. Chart of account 6281, Security Services. And I propose a question that the sum stated herein for this line item stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for this chart of account 6281 of this agency stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Item 75, Agency 75-755, Region 5, Mahika Berbice, Health Services, Chart of Account 6281, Security Services. I propose a question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Dr. Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could I ask the Minister the 13,606,600 new allocation that's been sought, which security agency will benefit from this amount, this extra charge? And what's it due to? Is it more personnel, more locations? Could you explain?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, am I at liberty to say which security agency here?
Yes.
Okay, it is SIAC. That's what I know the acronym to mean. That's the name of the security agency, and they've been providing service in Region 5 during the course of this year. And it is to, this request is to supplement shortfalls from rates.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question. That the sum stated for this line item stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. We now move to item 14, Agency 77-773, Region 7, Kuyuni Mazuni, Education Delivery. Chart of account 6292, Dietary. I propose a question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Ms. Finance.
Thank you. Could the Honorable Minister say which dorms are we referring to here?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. There are two dorms primarily that we focus on in Region 7. There are two that are primarily focused on Warmadong and 3 Miles. The enrollment at Warmadong increased substantially in 2022, and especially beyond the September term. And so 504 students are currently being catered for, compared to 383 before the September term began. So that is why we have this increase.
Supplementary question, Honorable Ms. Finance.
Thank you. Could you give also the increase for the 3 Mile Secondary from what to what?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I'll lay that over.
Honorable Member, Ms. Finance.
You, just for clarity, you said this number increased in September, from September?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Member.
And are these students being housed at the same facility?
Honorable Minister.
All of them, that is?
Mr. Chairman, there are two facilities that have dormitory quarters. At Warmadong, that's the Dr. Desiree Fox Secondary School. You're not hearing me? No. Oh, sorry. Oh, when I heckle, I make more noise. Huh? Mr. Chairman, there are two dorms that are usually catered for, 3 Miles, as well as Dr. Desiree Fox Secondary School at Warmadong. And the increase would cater for students who are housed in these two dorms. Primarily, the students housed at Dr. Deshi Fox dorms. Those are the ones that have greater need because we can access a lot of the other stuff from the town of Bartica. Food stuff, that is.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Finance.
Could you say what is the design capacity of the dorms at Ramadan?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I'm here dealing with the food requirements of the children of the Upper Mazaruni. I'm not here dealing with the design requirements of a secondary school or the dormitory of a secondary school. Our focus is on making sure our children get adequate nutrition. So I would stick to what the supplementary request is, and that is to ensure that our children get enough food and proper nutrition in the Upper Mazaruni.
Honorable Member, Ms. Finance.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I am specifically looking at the line item that it's catering for the dietary, sir, but if we are catering for dietary and we're saying that the number moved from 382 to 504, then it gives the impression, and I asked the question before, if all of the students are being housed at the said facility. I'm being told that the students, the two dorms is the 3 Mile Secondary and the Ramdong Secondary dorms. Sir, if you have dietary being facilitated there, then it is only natural that I'm asking if the students are actually having the capacity being met there, if they're sleeping in beds and so forth there.
Honorable Member, this deals with dietary, and the Minister did explain the increased number, and so with increased numbers, you'll have to provide increased quantities of dietary.
Go ahead, Honorable. A follow-up on the dietary, sir.
Honorable Member, go ahead.
Could the Minister say if from this allocation it will assist with the current water shortage that the children have at Ramlang Secondary?
Honorable Minister.
That's not true. That is not true. I'm currently speaking with them.
Honorable Minister. Allow the Minister. I know all of his colleagues are anxious to assist in the answer. Go ahead, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this line item deals with the provision of adequate food and nutrition to the children of the Upper Mazaruni.
Thank you. Honorable Member, Ms. Finance.
And thank you, sir. Could the Honorable Minister say what methodology is being utilized to make sure that the students at Ramadan Secondary in particular is not left without food supply, as was the case early in the year? I know that the allocations here are saying that there would be resources available, but the last time the reasoning given was that there was a delay because of shipment of the supplies and all of those things, and students were left with basically bare rice to eat. So what provisions are being put in place to make sure that this allocation is utilized efficiently and effectively?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I want to be unequivocal on this matter. We have never left any child in the interior without food. Any child in the country without food. That has been a hallmark. When I was growing up in Borbis in the 80s, we were struggling for food under the PNC. So that is what the record is. There is no child in the Upper Mazaruni or any part of the interior. And since '92, not a single child in this country has suffered from white mouth and beriberi, as happened under the PNC.
Honorable Member, Ms. Finance.
Thank you, sir. Could the Honorable Minister say what portion of the money will be utilized in Ramadan and what portion will be utilized for the 3 Mile Secondary?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the procurement process, based on the numbers, would determine how much go towards Warmadong and the rest to 3 miles. So I would believe that or I'd be happy if you can leave that to the procurement process. I have no authority to determine the procurement process, quite unlike what happened in the last government.
Honorable Member, Ms. Finance.
Sir, we're looking at the provision here, a specific number, therefore some thought I would only assume was given when putting together this number. The minister said that it is to be utilized between those two dorms. So I'm going to ask a different question if that's going to help the minister a bit. Could you say, sir, could the honorable minister say what is the amount, give an average if you could, at the very least, that is utilized per student per year?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I can work out the math in terms of what each meal will cost, but I can lay that over in the meantime, well, in lieu of me saying it now.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 77-773, Region 7, Education Delivery, Chart of Account 6292, Dietary, that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Item 15. Agency 79-794, Region 9, Upper Takatu, Upper Essequibo, Education Delivery, Chart of Account 6292, Dietary. And I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Henry.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Dietary. There is a very big problem in Region 9 dormitories, and which may directly be affected by the diet that's being given to the students and other factors. But we're speaking about dietary here, so I will leave the other factors one side. The question is the problem there is that the children are suffering from low sugar count and low sugar count, and because of that, all sorts of paranormal activities may be happening or are happening there. Now, this problem is very serious, and the other side will laugh at it because your children are not suffering. The indigenous children are suffering in Region 9, and we have to solve that problem. So I am asking which dormitories are being catered for under this heading? That's the first question.
Which dormitories, Honorable Minister, are being catered for under this provision?
Mr. Chairman, I think that it is extremely irresponsible for a member of parliament to come to this house and make such an unsubstantiated generalization.
Honorable Minister, you're imputing. An honorable member stands up in the House and makes a statement. One would accept that honorable person would bring something that's substantive to the House.
Mr. Chairman, I would therefore, with your indulgence, question the credibility of that statement by the honorable member that children in the Rupununi are affected by low blood count. No sugar. I think that is, Mr. Chairman, secondly, that I don't understand the link between paranormal activity and dietary requirements and which dormitories. They are the dormitories that we are catering for, and I can give the numbers. And again, I will say without fear of contradiction, there has never been a food shortage in the Rupununi since the PVP has been in government. And every child in the Rupununi, because this program started under the PVPC, and 364 students, St. Ignatius, 236, Sand Creek, 298, I Shelton, 134, Karasabai, that's the primary top, 120, and Napi primary top, 77.
Honorable Member, Mr. Henry.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for answering that question. And I would just want to say that the Minister of Education should have been answering these questions, because since the paranormal activities have been happening in all the dorms, which may be related to the dietary condition, there has not been a statement from the Ministry of Education saying what are the root causes and how it could be solved. I have how it could be solved, but it's not a place for it here now. So thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, would you want to respond to the statement with respect to the appropriate minister to answer and the linkages between the low dietary or the low sugar content paranormal activities across the region?
Mr. Chairman, I think it's a paranormal question. That's the most that I could say, probably from a paranormal person.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 79-794, Region 9, Upper Takatu, Upper Essequibo, Education Delivery, Chart of Account 6292, dietary, that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated herein now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, this completes consideration of all the items on financial paper number 3 of 2022. I will now put the motion, which is that the Committee of Supply approve of the proposal set out in financial paper number 3 of 2022, supplementary estimates covering current and capital, and totaling 44,443,164,154 for the period ending December 31st, 2022. And I now put the motion. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. Ayes have it. The motion is carried. Let the assembly resume. Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility
Mr. Speaker,
for finance.
with your leave, I move the standing orders number 13N and 54 be suspended to enable a supplementary appropriation bill number 2 for 2022, bill number 25 of 2022 to be introduced at this stage, to go through all stages.
Honorable members, the motion is that the standing order number 13 be suspended so that the appropriation bill can go through all of the stages. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. But we still now have to have the Honorable Senior Minister in the office of the President with responsibility for finance move report to the House.
Thank you very much, sir. I now, Mr. Speaker, wish to report that the Committee of Supply has approved of the proposals set out in Financial Paper number 3 of 2022, and I now move that the Assembly does agree with the committee in said resolution. Thank you very much, sir.
Honorable members, the question is that the Assembly doth agree with the committee in its resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The motion is carried. This completes consideration of financial paper number 3 of 2022. We will now deal with the appropriation bill. The motion having been moved that the standing orders be suspended to take all stages of the bill. Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance.
Thank you very much, sir. In accordance with Article 171(2) of the Constitution, I signify the Cabinet has recommended that supplementary appropriation number 2 for 2022 Bill number 25 of 2022 be considered by the National Assembly, and I now present this bill to the Assembly and move that it be read the first time.
The question is that the bill, the supplementary appropriation number 2 for 2022, Bill 2022, Bill number 25 of 2022, be read the first time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The motion is carried. Let the bill be read the first time.
Supplementary appropriation number 2 for 2022, Bill 2022, Bill number 25 of 2022.
Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the supplementary appropriation number 2 for 2022, Bill 2022, Bill number 25 of 2022 be read a second time.
Honorable members, the question is that the supplementary appropriation number 2 for 2022, Bill number 25 of 2022, be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The motion is carried. Let the bill be read a second time.
Supplementary appropriation number 2 for 2022, Bill 2022, Bill number 25 of 2022.
Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the supplementary appropriation number 2 for 2022, Bill 2022, Bill number 25 of 2022 be read the third time and passed as printed. Be read, my apologies, be read the third time and be passed as printed. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The question is that supplementary appropriation Bill number 2 of 2022, Bill 2022, Bill number 25 of 2022 be read the third time and passed as printed. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Let the bill be read a third time.
Supplementary appropriation number 2 for 2022, Bill 2022, Bill number 25 of 2022.
Honorable members, this would be a good time to take a short suspension of half an hour, and we can resume to consider the other business on the agenda for today.